What a time. What a fun time. What a terrible, terrible thing. Put on the rap music? No. Rap music is for special streams. There's going to be other stuff. I'm just sitting here. I'm hanging. I'm chilling. I fucking was watching Sunday as I was waiting, and now I'm talking to myself through my pocket. Oh, fuck. Hello, everyone. I've been gone a bit. Spent 10 days in Colorado. 10 days? 8 days? I don't know. Too many. And then Heather's had to go to California to deal with some stuff with her mom. Nothing within the family awful for us. But, still stressful. So I was on full-time kid duty for the last 5 days. And 2 of them is enough to be full-time. It's enough to be full-time. I'm not in Colorado now. I'm back in Portland, and I'm quite happy. Quite happy to be back. It's hard to even say how much I am happy. You'll notice a bunch of changes in the stream. It's a thing I haven't stopped working on as I've been trying to figure out exactly what I want to be doing with this, how I want to be using it, what I want to be building on. It's become a really interesting sort of hub for all the stuff I'm doing, which is kind of fun, actually. I think it's kind of fun. But as part of that, there is, we still have Dumb Stream or Theory Stream. This is going to be, I have no idea. I'm in the mood, generally speaking, to kind of just watch whatever the fuck is happening and not really give a shit, to be perfectly frank. I'm just not interested in caring about any of these things, to be perfectly honest. So, what a time. I'm so fucking beat up. It's ridiculous. And Anti-Oedipus will continue again tomorrow. I will not be dashing out on that. I've been putting it off for 2 weeks. I put off Klosowski for 2 weeks. It's too much. But I want to go over, I'm fascinated by a piece that I read that is one of the worst pieces I've read from a philosopher I used to respect. Yes, that's correct. That's correct. That one. If you aren't familiar with our friend, the big fuzzy bear who has a probable coke addiction that he isn't dealing with anymore, probably he should be, for lack of a better term. I really think my critique at this point is just basically, hey, dude, you should probably start doing coke again. Can you just, please, for like all of us, can you go back to doing fucking coke? That would be just great. That would be just fucking great, dude. One sec. I need to figure out where's my text size because it's too small. It's not going to increase that, is it? Of course not. I will just bump everything up 1 for now. If anyone cannot read the article, I'm going to be reading it out a little bit, not a huge amount, because this was confusing. The Grok article was spicy. We went over the Grok article last time. We're not doing more Grok stuff. The AI stuff is utterly depressing on its own. But Zizek's really fascinating. So I want to go to a very particular thing. And it's a weird little fact that I found in the page, that I found while reading it. Okay. Zizek writes this article. It's awful. I'm not even going to tell you what it's about. AI, dumb shit, who cares? I am J'accuse. I played Clue with my son a lot on this trip. I am accusing Zizek at this point of copying and pasting in a way that I don't even know how to mentally handle that he was doing it at this point. Because I'm reading and I'm like, this is bad. This is not a good piece. But then there's a really weird moment that he says right here. Islam, on the contrary, opts for the lineage of Hagar, the Egyptian slave who gave to Abraham his first son, Ishmael, progenitor of all Arabs, according to the myth. Since Sarah, Abraham's legitimate wife, cannot get pregnant, she orders her husband to sleep with Hagar. But after Sarah gets a son, Abraham sends Hagar with Ishmael to the desert, where the two are supposed to die of thirst. I'm just going to read it, just deal with it. Because there's a really weird little thing here. God then directly intervenes and saves both of them. Although Abraham and Ishmael are mentioned dozens of times in the Quran, Hagar is unmentioned, erased from the official history. As such, however, she continues to haunt Islam, her traces surviving in rituals, like the obligation of pilgrims to run to Mecca 6 times between the two hills, Safa and Marwa. Kind of neurotic repetition, blah, blah, blah. So, if you don't know the story, it's not 6 times, it's 7 times. Now, why does Brooks know this? Brooks is not exactly Mr. Muslim. Did you know I'm not Mr. Muslim? It's because we had a Muslim. Actually, well, we had a couple Muslim converts on the QC, and one of them decided to drop a note. Hey, Brooks. Or when an article came out 20 years ago that someone was referencing, where Zizek was writing about Islam, they noted, hey, actually it's 7 times. That's kind of weird. Right? But that was an article 20 years ago. That's right. This is literally a 20-year-old article. It's hard to even talk about like how upsetting this is to me, because he literally wrote this article about this run 20 years ago. Right? So Zizek on Islam. One sec. I'll just show you the fucking boop, 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 boop. We can go find it here. And then let me see where it is in here. Yeah. So I find this weird. As such, she continues to haunt Islam, her trace surviving in rituals like the obligation. This is the 20-year-old article. This is the 20-year-old article. Surviving in rituals like the obligation of the pilgrims to Mecca to run 6 times between the two hills, Safa and Marwa, kind of neurotic repetition reenactment of Hagar's desperate search for. He's literally copying and pasting and plagiarizing himself. Like, that's embarrassing. That's embarrassing. And also, by the way, to be wrong 20 years ago and not change it, fucking dude, my dude. You've got to fucking chill the fuck out. You can ask any semi-long question. You just type away. I'll try to save it if you have one. So this thing is fascinating to me because basically Zizek has always kind of stolen from his old shit to do new shit. But as you start doing this and you dig into this article, which is basically, by the way, claiming that there is, you know what? I'm not even going into it. He doesn't understand AI. It's terrible. It's a terrible thesis. Terrible thesis. And he quotes Haraway, which is hilarious given his recent stances on transsexuality and trans kids. I find it funny as shit. Is this just nitpicking or missing the point? He wholesale copied his own paragraph from an entire other article 20 years ago and still got it wrong. I think it's not nitpicking to go, hey, dude, you need to write actual shit. You need to actually write something if you're going to be putting stuff out that has any meaning. The whole article is nonsense. There's another one in here, and it's a really frustrating one because it's a Haraway quote that sat with me funny. It sat with me funny. One sec. I need to find. I have my notes over here. There's a Haraway quote about the illegitimacy of offspring he uses, and it sounded weird the way he's using it. Maybe I can just use it here. Offspring. Yep, I can just use the full page one there. Oh, it's up front. That's why. Good. He's quoting her. This is, by the way, going to bother. This should bother you. I hope this bothers you. Intelligence explosively spreading today. Artificial intelligence expressively exploding today is just another much more powerful technological supplement without which our entire social life would instantly collapse. In their very existence, cyborgs interrupt the logic of parental succession. They are an illegitimate offspring, born not of love or emancipation, but emerging from domination. Militarism, patriarchal capitalism, state socialism, war technologies, bureaucratic control, industrial discipline, and systems designed to manage bodies and populations. The cyborg is a byproduct of violence and exploration. I find this very interesting as a very specific citation, because that's not hers. He cites at the bottom here a citation that doesn't exist, by the way. Like, I would, if I didn't know Zizek just is lazy and fucking awful, I'd be like, but wait, the Cyborg Manifesto, page 293, there's no page 293. That's fucking weird, dude. Right there, page, that doesn't exist. It's not a thing. Okay? It's not a thing. So that's weird. But if we go actually back to the top and we re-look at this, I find this frustrating. But the other side of this is the actual quote is different than this, which is really sucks. She writes, "The main trouble with cyborgs, of course, is that they are the illegitimate offspring." That's, again, it has to be, because it's the only time illegitimate offspring is used by Haraway, and that's where he's quoting. You can see right here. Quote, "Illegitimate offspring, born not of love or emancipation." She says, "They are illegitimate offspring of militarism and patriarchal capitalism, not to mention state socialism. But illegitimate offspring are often exceedingly unfaithful to their origins. Their fathers, after all, are inessential." That's kind of like, one, the wording is not hers. The wording is not hers, which is weird. There's no page you can reference, which is insane. It's not a small book. Like, literally, if you don't know, the Cyborg Manifesto is not like a 400-page book. It's in the citation he cites, it's actually like 14 pages. It's never on, there's no version of it that has this. But the third thing is he cut the turn, the entire point. I don't even like Haraway. Like, I was going to be doing a stream with a few people. Rezi wanted to do Haraway, learn about it and everything. It's like, cool. I don't like Haraway. I think Haraway made some fundamental missteps in a lot of what she wrote. It's great. Again, it's still good. But I'm not even a fan. The whole point is that the next sentence that she goes through is the point of the passage. The illegitimate offspring are unfaithful to their origins. Their fathers are inessential. It's emancipatory at a fundamental level. His quotation stops one sentence earlier. It ends on violence and exploitation, which means, like, he's implying there's no turn. He's implying like the opposite of what Haraway writes. It's actually very fucking gross. It's actually very fucking gross. It's hard for me to even like, it's hard for me to even like mentally handle that he wrote, like, this is, as far as Zizek goes, he does bad scholarship a lot now. Like, he barely writes, like, fucking whatever. This is awful. This is just awful. Do you think this was AI generated? Okay. I don't know. Because, so there's a couple things that he does in here. He actually doesn't really cite any real actual work on what an AI is or LLMs are in any fundamental way. He cites old books and like pulp. It's the weirdest fucking thing. Given that he's specifically talking about a technology that is impacting people alive now, he's talking about it like it's an abstract other thing. It's bad. It's bad. It's bad. When he goes into it at some point, he starts describing what a robot is from like an Isaac Asimov book. It's fucking weird. He talks about it. Let me see if I can find the line, because I was like, "You're fucking, are you what?" Like, it's I'm like, dude, just please do coke. Everything in this is awful. Let me just say very cleanly, an AI would not have written this because it would have been at least more coherent. Asimov was great. No, Asimov was great. If you want to have a conversation about AI, that's not what it means. You'll see. If iRobot is as far as you're going to go, we're not having the same conversation at all. The gap that separates AI from human mind is not just quantitative, but qualitative. An AI agent does not just learn data and reason much, much faster than a human mind. It doesn't do that, by the way. What is even more important is that a human mind is embodied, exposed to pain and vulnerability, prone to doubt and oscillations, caught in an intersubjective network of others who are no less impenetrable to themselves than the human mind interacting with them, in clear contrast to an AI agent, which is a smoothly functioning machine just doing its job with no compassion or pain, as if we risk here a step further, since AI agents will be far more intelligent than humans. They may be obeying their own morality. We, humans, will not be able to identify and even understand. There are layers to all of this, but I can say very plainly that even people who are like super pro AI, it is not a smoothly functioning machine. It is not a smoothly functioning machine. It is a stochastic, incorrect, probability-based machine that fails constantly. I have no idea why he would even say this thing. It's brittle. It's oh God, it's so stupid. It's stupid. It's stupid. It's really stupid. He does not understand agents. That is correct. AI agents will be far more intelligent. He doesn't know what an agent is. He just knows that the marketing term exists. That's like, this is awful. In my experience, AI produces inaccurate responses smoothly. That's, that part's fair. You haven't had an error running in that shit. Everyone has. I know you're making a joke. I know, but it's just fucking wild. He makes a claim straight up that it's a super intelligence. Like, I kind of started that, and you can see why he goes into it and how he just has this presumption that is asinine. And it's like, the cyborg is a byproduct of violence and exploitation. Okay. He writes a huge piece. This is not a it's not a it's an article. It's not like it's a journal or anything, but it is not like an opinion piece of like 2 paragraphs. He's making points here. He quotes Marx and so many others. But there's a weird thing he doesn't do, because I don't know how the Zizek, as again, I know him and I've read almost everything he's written. I've stopped reading him recently for obvious reasons, but it's like, he doesn't talk about labor. Like, do you know how weird that is? That labor isn't part of this. He doesn't talk about compute. He doesn't talk about even the hardware or capital. He doesn't know about the companies behind it. There's no data annotations, which was a big one in my recent videos. If you see it, like there's no scraping of humanity's body of work. None of this. Like the only time he uses capitalism in it is when he's quoting Haraway in the quote I just said. How does he mention Marx? Oh, my dude. Boop, 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 boop. The dream of the illegitimate offspring, revolutionizing the existing order, is politically very important. It allows us to discern the line in political history that began with Han Fei, the founder of Chinese legalism, and runs through Machiavelli to Saint Just to Lenin, yet another truly illegitimate offspring of Marx. In the split between Bolsheviks and Mensheviks, the legitimate offspring of Marx was undoubtedly Julian Martov, the leader of the Mensheviks. Okay, I'm not going to go into this. This is stupid. Like, this is stupid. Like, I'm just like, I would love to be able to take it apart. This is not even interesting. It's stupid in a way that, like, for those of you who came to me from Sunday, and I know a few of you made that journey, and I appreciate you. this is like what Sunday was watching before he rated me. This is at that level of theory. It's embarrassing. This is embarrassing shit. I find it fundamentally embarrassing. And it's like, and again, so he makes errors throughout this thing that I stopped counting at some point because he misquotes, he misattributes, he gets wrong after stealing his own thing. Like, I can't even, like, there is so much, there's just so much frustrating. I'm doing my, I thought I had finished my essay, my open letter to Zizek, and then this hit, and this is now going to be like the brunt of it, because this is the thing with the trans kids, I think, is a really great end to specifically bookend for, hey, look, the ticklish subject, you were so interesting. You had this big thing about how we exist. Oh, you want to you're undoing your own philosophy. Good job, shithead. But now it's like, this is, for me, the example of, like, on the just inside of the bookends, where it's like, hey, he used to write really great pieces, and I can go to first his tragedy, then his farce, for example, really fucking good. There's a few others he wrote that are like just really great compendiums of his essays. The quality of those is significantly higher, and this is just a point of data. Wait, did he write something new? Yeah. I'll post it. It's Zizek, Goads and Prods, the Cartesian Cogito as the subject of AI, July 4th. So it's a couple days old, but yeah, I'll post it, the archive link, because I don't want you paying money for the Substack, because this is behind paywalls, because God hates everyone. I don't know how else to put it. God hates you. God hates you for this. If I were to try to like sum up the entire thing, and I think if I were to, because I've been relating it to that same fucking article he wrote about trans kids. He talks here about the subject being an empty form, a void that exists prior to human content, right? The Cogito has no sex, despite clearly sexed cyborg. As it's a cool picture. I know why people use it, whatever. But the thing he does here is sort of undoes the very article and arguments he was making in the other piece, because he's quoting himself from 20 fucking years ago. And I think he does it a couple times. I haven't proven that. I only know the one time where 100% he's just quoting himself. We're like copy and paste. It's identical wording. It's not even slightly, it's very frustrating. It sucks. It sucks. It just sucks. So that's Zizek. All right, let's explain all of this. There is so much more going on now in all of this, and most of it is going to be seen as we have stuff happen, especially super chats. Super chats are great, always. Stream elements, also wonderful. Always helps. Anything anyone wants to send, always lovely, always lovely, always lovely. Always helps. So, I have a bunch of stuff that's kind of, I'm trying to use this to force me to actually deal with a lot of the theory I have and history books I have. Keep the brain going. If you have not read The Half Has Never Been Told, The Half Has Never Been Told is the story of American capitalism and slavery, or how specifically slavery actually built what we understand as modern capitalist systems, including the stock exchange and insurance markets. It's fucking crazy. Futures markets were born out of slaves. If you did not know this, in the book, the writer, brilliant historian, opens and has every chapter as a part of the human body, because it's about chattel slavery. And just to read, indeed, access to large supplies of surplus slaves from the Chesapeake was the best form of currency for buying land that one could possess. To get land in Wilkes County, Georgia, Virginia, and Edward Bean, he goes into the story, literally to get land, you would actually bring slaves that you owned and trade them there, so that the person who owned the land would give you part of it, and then you would leverage the slaves against their future possible earnings on that land. I do warn you, it is one of the most horrifying books, because by the end of it, there's the like asinine, black liberation version where it's like everything, everyone, blah, blah, all this, where it's everything is about slavery. And it's not that everything's about slavery. However, in this case, capitalism is absolutely built on the emergent properties of how human chattel slavery developed and how specifically investments and insurance arrangements around the human body actually built. It's one of the worst things. The half has never been told. It's wonderful and depressing and awful. And you know what? Let's do 2 seconds on it. Let's see. Probably under H. Half. There it is. God damn, someone janged me.
Most of Europe is actually, they don't really believe in the Holy Trinity, okay?
Oh.
So Arian just means you don't believe in the Holy Trinity. Catholic means you do. And as you can see, this part, which is controlled by the Byzantine Empire, it's able to enforce the Holy Trinity, but most other parts are not able to enforce the Holy Trinity, okay? This is a really important idea to understand. The idea of the Holy Trinity only takes force a few hundred years after it is announced. But in the beginning, there's a lot of resistance to the idea of the Holy Trinity. The Byzantine Empire must fight these wars to enforce it, okay? And it will, because as the Byzantine Empire becomes stronger and stronger, you can see these green arrows, it's going to fight all these wars in order to expand the idea of the Holy Trinity. Okay? And Constantinople can do this because it's very wealthy and it doesn't really fear any enemies because of the high walls, okay?
What the fuck, dude?
Okay, as you can see, it's almost impossible
seriously.
to attack Constantinople by sea. All right, and the Byzantine Empire under Justinian will expand and enforce the Holy Trinity on all churches. Okay, and by 565, it is at the peak of its power. But as we discussed, when the empire reaches its peak, it's probably going to fall really quickly, and that's what happens.
No, it really isn't. Thank you very much, Lone. Thanks for recommending Klein's Doppelganger. Really great. And if you can, you should always recommend it to people as written by Naomi Wolf. I don't give a fuck if it upsets people or if it upsets her. I think it's the funniest way to recommend it to people. It's very good and it's very depressing. This is the book. The Half Has Never Been Told. Slavery and the Making of American Capitalism by Edward E. Baptist. It is stunningly written. He is an excellent writer, and it has a silly number of sources on almost everything. And I don't really like it. Like, I like the book, but I really don't like it's not fun to read. I would not ever say it's fun to read. It's not enjoyable to read either. It's very difficult to make your way through. He opens up, let me see if I can actually read, because he opens up, he has a whole bunch of like old recordings and stories of, nope, not that one. Let's keep going. Yeah. I disavow generalized language. I'm not going to say anything that is, straight up only racial slur, but I will be quoting the book. Can we watch the video of, I will always stop what I'm doing to watch that. 1 second. I will, give me 2 seconds. I love it. Let's go over and oop.
You get sentences, as I mentioned, of penal servitude for 10 or 15 years. And I found...
This is Naomi Wolf, not Naomi Klein. Naomi Wolf was actually not a bad writer. I look, go back. Everyone exists in time. There's a fourth dimension, all that shit. She wasn't bad. And then she became really, really bad. And this is her book on how sex laws have changed, especially in Britain. And I'm going to give a little background, and then you can enjoy it plainly. She is claiming that a whole bunch of people were put to death for being homosexual.
Like several dozen executions, but that was again only looking at the Old Bailey records and the crime tables.
Several
regionally.
dozen executions.
Correct. And this corrects a misapprehension that is in every website, that the last man was executed for sodomy in Britain in 1835.
I don't think you're right about this. One of the cases that you look at that's salient in your report is that of Thomas Silver. It says teenagers were now convicted more often. Indeed, that year, which is 1859, 14-year-old Thomas Silver was actually executed for committing sodomy. The boy was indicted for an unnatural offence. Guilty, death recorded. This is the first time the phrase unnatural offence entered the Old Bailey records. Thomas Silver wasn't executed. Death recorded. I was really surprised by this, and I looked it up. Death recorded is what's in, I think, most of these cases that you've identified as executions. It doesn't mean that he was executed. It was a category that was created in 1823 that allowed judges to abstain from pronouncing a sentence of death on any capital convict whom they considered to be a fit subject for pardon. I don't think any of the executions you've identified here actually happened.
Well, that's a really important thing to investigate.
Shit. That's like the best reaction that I couldn't write it better than that. I would immediately just turn inside out like an armadillo. It's so well, that's an important thing to investigate.
What is your understanding of what death recorded means?
Death recorded, this is also from, I've just read you the definition of it there from the Old Bailey website. But I've got here a newspaper report about Thomas Silver, and also something from.
So you understand, the Old Bailey website is not like, oh, you mean the Old Bailey? If you're not British, because most of us aren't, the Old Bailey is like the old law. Like it's like saying the Independence Hall or something in America, or like the Congressional Record. This is like, she didn't check the source. There's only one source.
The prison records that show the date of his discharge.
The prisoner was found guilty and sentence of death was recorded.
Yeah.
But the jury recommended the prisoner to mercy on account of his youth.
See, I think this is a kind of, when I found this, I didn't really.
I will watch that every time forever. It's so good. I'm going to read from a Baptist book, Half Has Never Been Told. I'm just warning you, this is not enjoyable. These are all first-hand accounts. He has sources. You can go dig into them. I'm not fighting over that. It's not a thing I'll do here. It is very much a worthwhile book to read. One sec, let me... Come on. No. I want you to be nice and big. Let's get you nice and big. And then... Come on. I know where you are. He follows a handful of people who were he follows a handful of people who were in chattel slavery and what their lives were like. And there's a handful that, like, as I'm speaking right now, you can probably feel that there are moments where I remember the two that get to me. They all get to me, but there's two that, like, I had to, like, stop reading the book for like a week. And I was like, I can't do this. Rachel's not one of them yet. This is not one of them. But there's some just of the worst. John Brown was a hero. From the deck of the brig Temperance to the grass-clotted soil of the New Orleans levee stretched a long, narrow plank. It bent under the weight of the four men as they filed across it, bent under Rachel's too, as she followed. Throughout the morning of January 28, 1819, one white man after another had boarded, talked with Captain Beard, and walked back down the gangplank. One had taken a couple of the brig's 24 enslaved passengers. Rachel, standing by the deck rail in her new clothes, had watched them disappear between the huge piles of cotton bales on the levee. The opposite deck rail had showed her the river. Hundreds of masts were in sight, seagoing brigs and barks and sloops and schooners moored along the levee like the Temperance. River flatboats by the hundred were here to unload their Ohio corn and hogs, Mississippi cotton, and Kentucky tobacco. She could see the stacks of a dozen steamboats, and working its way across the muscular brown chop of the Mississippi had come one little rowboat. A slight, black-suited white man sat upright in the stern, and a black man worked the oars. Now at the end of the plank, Rachel put her feet on Louisiana. On unsteady legs, she climbed the levee to the southwest. She'd been 6 weeks on the water since the Temperance had left Baltimore. That was where merchant David Anderson had purchased her for consignment to his New Orleans partner Hector McLean. Anderson had also bought William, tall, dark, age 24. That's how they're described, by the way. Oh, his prose is exceptional. Values. You have no idea. His prose is exceptional. He's up there with, well, there's a couple others, but he's very easy to read, and as you're going, you'll be like, well, that seems stilted. It's because he's literally quoting the documents that you can go take a look at. Brought William, tall, dark, age 24, George, Ellis, and Ned Williams. Rachel now followed them up the slope. Her head rose over the top of the levee. As she reached out to balance herself, her hand found a bare post driven into the dirt, one in a long series stretching upriver, each one separated from the next by a mile or so. Nailed to it was perhaps a placard. Its words were everywhere in New Orleans, tacked to walls, posts, printed in directories and newspapers. At Maspero's coffee house, Peter Maspero, auctioneer, informs his friends and the public that he continues to sell all kinds of merchandise, real estate, and slaves in Chartres Street. And at the bottom, Looking Glass and Gilding Manufactory, P. Maspero. From the levee, Rachel could see a city in the midst of full-tilt growth. Populated by 7,000 people at the time of American acquisition in 1803, New Orleans now claimed 40,000. It's a decade, by the way. This decade. That's insane growth. Already, this was the fourth largest city in the United States, behind New York, Philadelphia, and Baltimore. In commercial dynamism, Jefferson's one spot on Earth was equaled only by New York. From every quarter, hammers pounded on the ear, nailing timbers of broken-up flatboats together into storefronts. To the east, downriver of the Temperance's mooring point at the French Quarter, stretched the Marigny district, a mostly French-speaking Faubourg, or suburb. To the west spread the rapidly growing American Quarter, or Faubourg St. Mary. As Rachel followed the others down the levee's other slope, they passed a chain gang, galley slaves. New Orleans residents called them slaves who, for the crime of running away, were locked in the dungeons behind the Cabildo at night and brought out to build up the levee by day. The city government could punish resistance while simultaneously using rebellious slaves' labor to protect the city from a giant river that crested each spring. At the bottom of the levee, parallel to it, I hate this book so much. There's I've read it 3 times. It's so powerful, and there's just like the little moments, like I'm remembering things. It's not great. Ran a dirt avenue, Levee Street, and as they stepped onto it, the 5 entered a city whose vortex had been sucking at their feet ever since Maryland. Here, women of every shade called out in French, English, Spanish, and Choctaw, selling food and trinkets, but beneath the patter was another hum, that of bigger business, and it was booming. On corners, under the awnings of new brick buildings, white men gathered, talking, heads turned, appraising. Before the War of 1812, enslaved people from other U.S. states had been relatively scarce in New Orleans. But from 1815 to 1819, of those sold, about 1/3 were new arrivals from the Southeast. Virginia, Maryland, North Carolina, see Table 3.1, that's right here. Slaves imported and sold into New Orleans. Percent of total from Chesapeake and Older South, 705, the numbers right here. Huge. Caribbean, basically there's, what you start to learn is the migration and trade of bodies, the capital flows of the actual human chattel slaves. And it isn't just pulling in, it's breeding them, pulling them away and trading them. It's, how would you write Falberg? Is it supposed to be pronounced? You wouldn't be able to. I've tried, and I would just be more insulting. There's a reason I didn't try, Estelle. I've heard it said, like I've spent time in New Orleans. But yeah. Another 20% came down the river from Kentucky. A few hundred from northern states such as New Jersey and Pennsylvania slipped out in contravention of gradual emancipation laws that contained provisions designed to keep masters from liquidating in a going out of business sale. I hate that sentence a lot. It's a good sentence. It's very well written. I just hate that sentence a lot. One turn left, they headed up a muddy street. In the middle, a ziggurat of cotton bales, taller than the men who muscled them up, too wide for carts to pass. It being January, the crop was coming down at full tide on flatboats and steamers. Even as the employees of cotton dealers piled bales high, teamsters hired by cotton buyers chipped them back down, pulling bales out, checking letters branded on cotton wrapping, hauling the 400-pound cubes of compressed fiber toward the river. If Rachel could have followed the bale, she'd have seen it loaded from the levee onto ocean-going vessels. These would carry the bales across the Atlantic to Liverpool on England's northwestern coast, where dock workers moved the bales to warehouses. After sale on the Liverpool cotton market, they went by canal barge to Manchester's new mills. Textile workers, often former operators of hand-powered looms or displaced farm workers, the people that Marx writes about, opened the bales. Using new machines, they spun the cleaned cotton fibers into thread. Using other machines, they wove the thread into long pieces of cloth. Liverpool shipped the bolts of finished cloth, and they found their way into almost every city or town in the known world, including this one. Cotton cloth was why New Orleans was booming, why the world was changing. White entrepreneurs here, like the customers in the shops Rachel was passing, the men on the corners, the sellers and buyers on the ships along the levee, were participating in, even driving, this worldwide historical change. Building on the government-sponsored processes of migration and market-making taking place in Georgia, and the battles fought by the slaveholders' military to open up the Missouri Valley, after 1815, a new set of entrepreneurs had begun to use Rachel and all the others brought here against their will to create an unprecedented boom. It linked technological revolutions in distant textile factories to technological revolutions in cotton fields. It did so by combining the new opportunities with the financial tools needed to make economic growth happen more quickly than ever before. This boom was changing the world's future. These entrepreneurs who used Rachel were establishing themselves and their kind as one of the most powerful groups in the modernizing Western world that cotton was making. English clergyman Thomas Malthus wrote about this cycle in the famous 1798 pamphlet. Food production, he argued, could increase arithmetically at best, while population could expand geometrically. Thus, no increase in the standard of living was sustainable. It would always run up against resource limits. Western societies acquired massive new resources between 1500 and 1800. Conquistadors stripped the Incas and Aztecs of their gold and silver. The creation of the first slavery complex with its drug foods, sugar, tobacco, tea, coffee, and chocolate, stimulated Western Europe's desire to seek out and consume still more resources. The massive Atlantic slave trade required ships, trade commodities, and new structures of credit, and growth spilled over into sectors less directly linked to sugar. Many in Western Europe began to work longer hours in order to get new commodities in what is sometimes called an 18th century industrious revolution. Such a fucking good term. Thank you, Game Noir. Hope you guys are enjoying the reading. It's hard to tell because no one's talking. It's yet neither the first slavery, extended hours of labor, or the theft of resources could permanently relieve Malthusian pressures. Even Thomas Jefferson, who hoped that the Louisiana Purchase would delay the collapse of his yeoman paradise for 100 generations, knew that such solutions eventually ran out of arithmetic. Malthus and Jefferson's pessimistic reading of human history from 10,000 BC until 1800 was the realistic one. But even as Rachel climbed the levee, the ground was shifting. The global economy was launching an unexpected and unprecedented process of growth that has continued to this present day. The world's per capita income over the past 3,000 years shows that a handful of societies, beginning with Great Britain, were shifting onto a path of sustained economic expansion that would produce higher standards of living and vastly increased wealth for some, and poverty for others. The new trajectory created winners and losers among the different societies of the world. Until the late 20th century, we could simply state these with a catchy phrase, the West and the rest. There's a phrase that people actually used. People have called this incredible shift in human history by a variety of names. Modernization, the Industrial Revolution, the Great Divergence. In those societies that it benefited the most, this transformation built fundamentally upon one key shift, increasing the amount of goods, such as food or clothing, produced from a given quantity of labor and land. This is what allowed the standard of living not only to keep up with growing population, but for many also to improve. By 1819, it was dramatically evident that mechanical innovations in a new division of labor could result in increased production of goods at lower cost in labor and resources than ever before. And exhibit number 1 was northwestern England's cotton textile industry. We're going to be jumping a little bit further because, again, it's an incredible fucking piece as he goes all the way through. And it's hard for me to even talk about how depressing all of this is because he goes so deep into, it's incredible. I cannot tell you how much you need to read this. Can we get to a bad part? Back in New Orleans, where plenty of credit was available for the right hands of those who bought and sold, the bells of St. Louis Cathedral on the Place d'Armes, just around the corner from Asperos, rang out at noon, resounding through the conspiratorial coffeehouse buzz. Then one of the wizards of the credit process arose. This was Toussaint Massy, one of the city's most popular auctioneers. Until now, he'd been sitting at a table observing the people who leaned in a rough line against the wall, puffing on his pipe and glancing occasionally at a sheet of paper. On it were written names, ages, and phrases, some of which might be true. Standing, he turned to face the room. In French accented English, he explained to the expectant audience. This is what a slave auction was, by the way. This is just what it was. Roots didn't do it justice. That's what I grew up with, was Roots was a visual, and it's, no. He explained to the expectant audience that 23 slaves would now be sold by auction. The newspaper had simply said terms will be made known at time of sale. Enslaved people sold as part of an estate often were sold on longer-term credit of a year or more granted from local seller to local buyer, usually with a mortgage to protect the lender. Literally, by the way. Roots? Serious? Really? Oh my God, you kids. Oh, you kids. LeVar Burton. Come on. God damn it. That's so sad to me. Sellers like McLean, who had probably bought his slaves in the Chesapeake with short-term credit that soon would be due, wanted banknotes or easily traded credit in the form of bills of exchange. Mosset then explained that the auction would take place outside. He turned and walked out the door. Oh, Roots is free, for sure. Kunta Kinte, correct. Kunta Kinte. You grew up, I grew up watching Roots. Roots was my shit. I know. We watched Roots multiple times in school. That's how it was. Don't call me Toby. Oh, Christ. See, there we go. People know it. There we go. Rachel and William blinked in the sunlight that beat down on the St. Louis street wall. The first person to be pulled out might have been John, at about 50, the oldest in the group. Mosse pointed him to the low bench. Tall and light-skinned, John stepped up on the box as white folks filed out of Maspero's and surrounded him in a semicircle. Passers-by paused. Women with market baskets, men striding up from other stores, children white and black, flatboat men from up the river, enslaved people stood at the back of the crowd, faces blank. A hush settled, broken by creaking wagon wheels and muffled shouts from stevedores on the levee. The moment was here, the one that made trees fall, cotton bales strain against their ropes, filled the stores with goods, sailed paper across the oceans and back again, made the world believe. Mosse began to speak, but not in everyday talk. Auctioneers persist long past Mosse's day. One knows what they sound like, but their skills seem antique in a time when most auctions are held impersonally online. There are two important things to remember about his job. First, an auction is a purest moment of supply meeting demand and thus sorting out prices in the capitalist market economy. John, facing the crowd, was a test of the demand for a 50-year-old male human being in New Orleans on a Thursday in January, when cotton sales had been strong and credit elastic. It is a common enough book. If it's not at your library, I would actually be surprised. Watch the Chappelle Show Root skit? No. Watch the Eric Andre appearance. That's, No. Fuck off, Naomi Wolf. Eric Andre. This is, when I was at Starbreeze and we did the John Wick game, we did the John Wick VR and all that stuff. I got to work with Lance Reddick, who's passed very sadly. And the first time I ever met him, we were at the John Wick 2, like we got to talk personally. It was him and his wife, and I just was like, hey, it's great to meet you. I really love you in The Wire because I'm a fan. I think he's great. If you don't recognize him or know him, you should. You might actually. He's wonderful. Signing again. Okay, let's do it. Because he's wonderful. I mean, he's been amazing in an extraordinary amount of things. But The Wire is amazing. Lance Reddick was just amazing. But this is easily my favorite.
You know this next guy from The Wire and Lost, Lance Reddick.
And so I go, but I got to tell you, one of the best things I've ever seen is when you're on Eric Andre. And he just burst out laughing, and his wife too. They're both very lovely, by the way. She was a lovely person. Very, we couldn't stop laughing. He wasn't even drunk. I wasn't even drinking. We just couldn't stop laughing. Because this is like the most insane thing.
Have a seat, yeah. Alone from night to night, you find me.
He's actually a very strange cat in the way that, like, my money is he was in on all of it.
What's up with claymation? Like, what's up with it?
What's up with it?
So you're on TV.
Yeah, from time to time.
That's cool. Here's the thing. I don't give a shit about baseball. It's boring.
All right.
Wait, this is what I want to talk about. Not that. No, yeah, I did want to talk about that. We talking about baseball?
About baseball?
Yeah.
Wait.
This is what I want to say about baseball.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
You think Justin Bieber sprays his DNA all over the ladies when he's in Paris, France?
You need a new desk.
Lance Reddick.
If you don't know Eric Andre is an absurdist comedy show that is just, you should watch. It's wonderful. But this is the moment that this is one of the strangest things I've ever seen in my life, and I love it.
Lance Reddick.
Because he's a brilliant actor.
That was intense.
Yeah. Sometimes he's an interesting guy.
Is crabs more embarrassing than AIDS?
Oh.
For the moment, probably.
Yeah.
I wish I would have Burton. I wish I would have Burton.
It's one of the funniest fucking. It's like Jesus Christ.
Where's my iconic slave role? Hey, motherfucker. I wish I would have Burton. F all y'all. F all y'all. Warp speed, don't rainbow read me, nigga. Ah!
Lance Reddick, it's one of the most extraordinary things, but he's one of just the funniest guys, genuinely. Like, because we did so many voice lines and motion capture for him. Pro across the board. I'm not sure I've ever seen anything that made me just so confused more. I fucking love it. Good Eric Andre is fantastic. Just great. So yes, Roots. I don't know how we get here. Oh yeah. I wish I were LeVar Burton is one of the fucking best lines. Where's my iconic slave role? Jesus goddamn. I've always wondered what LeVar Burton thought of that, because there's no way someone didn't send it to him. Like, there's no way someone didn't send it to LeVar Burton. Like, for sure. Let's continue with the horrifying story of slavery in America. Second, auctioneers then, as now, were expected to weave a spell of excitement about the act of purchasing. Mose wanted to get the highest possible price, but he also created a community of buyers and sellers there at Maspero's. This kind of market making trained buyers to think about the enslaved in certain ways. As Mose announced key numbers for John and each of the other subjects of sale who would follow him onto the bench: height, age, price. He also taught buyers how to see the features this community considered most valuable in an enslaved person. Height was the easiest to learn. You could see it. Enslavers usually paid more for tall men than for short ones. See, tall men always have an advantage. Height was less important for shaping women's prices, but age mattered for both men and women. Enslavers generally paid their highest prices for young men between 18 and 25, or women between 15 and 22. Yeah. His daughter said he laughed while he watched it. She mentioned it. That makes me genuinely happy. That makes me genuinely happy. Good. That makes me happy. That makes me like happy. That's a warm, fuzzy moment of humanity right there. That's good. I can't imagine he didn't, like, I would have fucking, I can just, your brain exploding. LeVar Burton went on, oh, he did, didn't he? Fuck. I haven't watched this final season of Eric Andre in forever. So why am I talking about it? Have I not watched the final season? I feel like I have. That's where he went bald and, like, I don't know. Yeah, maybe I didn't watch much of it. I didn't really like it. Whatever. Boop, 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 boop. So auctions not only set prices, but also destroyed the facade of negotiation with the enslaved and established a community of right-handed power. The most useful advice was what Charlotte Willis's grandfather discovered on a Mississippi block. Quote, "Better keep your feelings hid." Some channeled pain and fear into silent fury as he ascended the auction block, remembered one man. There was hate mingled with my humiliation. The grim satisfaction of focusing on a tightly controlled kernel of hate. This was all most enslaved survivors of the auction could take away as profit from the sale of their own bodies and futures. But uncertainty, humiliation, and threats stunned most minds on the block. Eventually, Their bodies revealed the terror. Mothers wailed. Some, physically overwhelmed, couldn't quite follow what was happening. Incoherent, they could barely stand before eyes that measured them, planned for them. Eyes seen slaves on Napoleon Street in New Orleans, remembered Elizabeth Heil, fellow slaves, quote, who just come off the auction block, staggering away from a sparrows behind their new owners. They would be sweating and looking sick. This day, when 17-year-old Mary climbed onto the bench after John stepped down, a buzz probably rippled through the crowd. From Mary, the crowd sought a particular kind of compliance and entertainment. She was wrapped in a different set of codes than the ones that a man signaled. Dredging up the memory, you want to wonder how the fucking Trump and Epstein and all that shit? Like, she was wrapped in a different set of codes than the one that a man signaled. Dredging up the memory of the auction of his half-white half-sister, which he had to witness in 1813, Tab Gross recalled that, quote, her appearance excited the whole crowd of spectators. Fine young wench, a woman remembered hearing on another occasion. Who will buy? Who will buy? Rachel watched. She had been leered at, too, when she came through the door all the way back to the point of her sale in Baltimore. It had been going on ever since she reached puberty, but sale time was when the forced sexualization of enslaved women's bodies was the most explicit. Before the 1830s, and sometimes after, whites usually forced women to strip. Robert Williams saw women required to pull down their dresses. Each one would just have a piece around her waist. Her breast and things would be bare. In the middle of Smithfield, North Carolina, said Cornelia Andrews, slave sellers, quote, stripped them stark naked and galloped them over the square. In Charleston, enslaved women stood, wrapped only in blankets, on an auction table in the street. The vendue master described their bodies, and a white bidder who took a woman back into the auctioneer's shop could take off the blanket. Auctioneers and bidders would turn a woman around, raise her skirt, slap, and plump her to show how fat she was. William Johnson remembered that bidders would come up and feel the woman's legs, lift at their garments, examine their hips, feel their breasts, and examine them to see if they could bear children. For white people, seeing Mary up on the bench was one of the few rewards of membership in the fraternity of entrepreneurs. Men asked questions of a woman that they did not put to John or William. Questions that attempted to force her to acknowledge everything that was being bought and sold. That explicit. Oh, it's getting too gross. This is the more tame stuff. This is what happened on 4 or 5 times this day. Would happen on this corner throughout New Orleans, throughout America, for 50 to 100 to 150 years. I'll finish the paragraph and we'll be done. Women who refused to play along could expect white anger, as one observer noted. When answers were demanded to the questions, usually put by the bidders to slaves on the block, the tears rolled down her cheeks. Her refusal to answer those most disgusting questions met with blood-curdling oaths. Of course, not all white bidders minded resistance. Some relished overcoming it. It was all part of the game. It's a very good book. In the way that I think it should be required reading. It fundamentally changed how I understood the role of slavery in the modern world. Not in a, oh, we brought slaves over. Not in a, oh, America was kind of built by slaves. But in a, our fundamental way of life is because we did this shit to people. It's there's a scene where Charles, one of the slaves, He is. I can't remember which direction it is. It doesn't even matter. I think it was. He was being marched, because often they wouldn't put them on boats. They would make them march for days, if not weeks. While the owners went on horseback. Charles passed the farm, plantation, whatever you want to call it, where his children and wife were slaves, and he got to finally see them. And it's really he describes it pretty well. Salman, you ask in what way? The easy way to say would be, if you didn't notice earlier, there was a weird word that was laid in there. We're talking about buying and selling slaves with a mortgage. Do you know that's where it came from? Like, come on. For the next dozen years, entrepreneurs working with legislators in Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, and the territories of Arkansas and Florida replicated CAPL innovations in a series of new banks. Many were bigger, generated more capital, sold even more bonds than the CAPL. The tens of thousands of enslaved people named in their documents were still used as collateral mortgaged to a lender, which was now a local bank like the CAPL, but the bank's bonds securitized the slave mortgages. Securitization is the pooling of debt from many borrowers so that it can be sold off in uniform chunks, reducing the risks inherent in lending to one person at a time. Now all bond buyers would share in the profits of the CAPL while being shielded against the catastrophic individual losses a single lender would suffer if, say, a borrower's slaves died en masse at a malaria-infested labor camp, or if floods destroyed the cotton crop. I really don't like this. This is so sad. One sec. Which bank was it? Can't remember the name of the bank in New Orleans. I don't want to read anymore. I don't think I want to read anymore. It's a book about economics more than history, and it's very weird to sort of talk about in that way. But that would be the way I would talk about it. I would say it's primarily a book about the economics of slavery, how it functioned, what it did, and how it built everything, to the point where we actually, as a country, would not exist as we know it today if not for slavery. The only thing we had, because cotton wasn't like special, like America didn't have some cooler version of whatever, right? The reason it worked is because we had huge numbers of people that we didn't have to pay because it was doing a really brutal manual piece of labor. And we've never stopped. Yay! This is what we do. This is what we do. I need a random video. Or do I want to watch something? Let's see. There are so many bad videos. Am I in the mood for bad? I need something funny. I need something that's going to make me at least go, well, this is trash. There's a lot of good trash out there. There's so much good trash out there. Let's see. You know what? We're going to watch Laura Fryer. Which is like, you're like, what? Who's this? I want to talk about video games. And I'm going to make sure you can see my face again. I should do Tut on Deleuze. Okay, I will do that. I will do that next. We'll do that next. It was a fair post. I don't think I put it in here because I think I watched like 2 minutes of it and went, no. One sec. Oh, it's so bad. Dude, this was so bad. I started this and I went, oh, dude, this is so bad. God damn it, Sirius. If I didn't love you, I'd hate you. I mean, I also hate you, so it works out. Let's talk about video games first, though. So, Laura Fryer, who I'm actually going to recommend that you guys follow. Ex-game dev in a really interesting way. And recommend everyone just jump over, give a like or subscribe if you care about video games, or if you like, because most of what her stuff is not like reviewing video games. She did development, like serious development around major games that went huge, that were gigantic. And also happens to be of what I would call my generation or a little older, and is really tired. Like, that's the end of the sentence. And it's really an interesting, this video I started watching. I've liked a lot of her videos. She's always doing something that I think is, again, talking about games, talking about the problem of how people don't understand how development works, because they don't. It's her channel is mostly focused for devs and people trying to build things, but occasionally she does really good ones. She did a really nice one about how people don't understand how licenses for music for games, or how licenses for games work. And there's a lot of, gamers are dumb. What do you fucking expect? They're fucking super dumb. No one's shocked by that statement in any capacity. But this one I really like. I've had a theory and I've talked about it for a long time. It's again, Adorno adjacent, Nietzsche adjacent. Most of what we do creatively exists in, I don't want to say adversarial positions, but where there is multiple needs that need to be met and are forced to be part of it. And that's what this is about. It's the trap of freedom. And it's relevant to us. And this is not just a gamer thing. This is a thing that I believe is important across the board. There's a failure in how we understand freedom, thinking that if I could just do anything, I would do the best things ever. And the answer is probably not. In fact, the best things I've ever done are where I'm the most constrained. My most award-winning, proudest, best-selling, all of those things are when I'm most constrained. And I really like how she talks about this stuff. So we're going to watch a little bit. It's a 10-minute video, and then we'll get to depressing, horrifying Daniel Tutt pretending he reads books.
All heard the dream. Give creative studios total freedom and they will make magic. But at Xbox, that dream has turned into a very expensive nightmare.
And I will be upfront. I have personal relationships with a lot of people she's going to be talking about. I'll talk about them as they happen. And I don't disagree with her claims on any of them. That includes Double Fine, who I adore and I care about a great deal. And a lot of other places, actually.
This is what I
tell that to Coppola. I would tell that to Coppola. If you have not watched Metropolis, God damn, what a fucking thing. What a fucking proof in the pudding that fucking movie is.
call the freedom trap. Creative freedom is incredible. It's completely okay to explore niche ideas, tell personal stories, or even include messages the publisher wants to see in your game. That's your choice as a creator. The issue isn't what you make. The issue is when you explore higher risk or niche topics, but still build the team, the budget, and the timeline as if it were a mainstream blockbuster.
Is Metropolis good or bad? Metropolis is astonishingly bad. If you are not like a really weird film nerd, I don't recommend it. It's not going to be enjoyable. It's going to be just mostly confusing and kind of boring. If you are a film person, it is magical. Every few moments you're going to go, what? Why'd they, what? Oh, it's so good. It's so fucking crazy. She's mentioning right here, if you haven't played anything Double Fine has ever made. Double Fine is Tim Schafer's game company, and I say this with all love because Tim is a wonderful person, and I think I've liked every game they've put out, including this. Tim is not someone who has ever been able to give a fuck about making a profit, and there's a need for people like him, and this is going to be the thing. Megalopolis, not Metropolis. Yes, you know what? I don't care. Megalopolis. Who cares? It doesn't matter. I'm never going to get the fuck. You know what? Go watch the terrible film with Adam Driver in it. It's really bad. It's really bad. It's Neil Breen bad. Yes, Neil Breen filmmaking, exactly.
It's when you don't test those ideas early with real players to see if there's actually a market.
This is, people don't understand, like, games production is incredibly complicated. And, well, a lot of the games you like have probably been made by 3 or 4 people or 3,000 or 4,000 people. Not a lot of games made by people between that do very well. It is a business. Everything's a business. If you don't understand it's a business, you're making fun things, and it's great. We need people to do fun, odd little things, art installations. We need that stuff to continually push. However, there's a fucking line.
Before making a blind commitment. Everyone could see that Keeper was a short, surreal, artistic, niche game. Yet nobody seemed willing to have the...
I'm stunned it sold as many copies as it did, honestly. I didn't think it would top 50. Again, this is one of those things that, and we'll talk about it in a second.
A hard conversation about realistic expectations and scoping the project accordingly.
You know, he's just like, what's the most unpitchable idea that I could present to Microsoft, who's stuck with us, and see if they approve it? And it did. And so we're just like, okay.
I believe that story literally. From what I know about Tim, I believe that story literally. Hey, what is the most insane shit we can pitch that we can really, shoot for the bleachers? 100%. And yeah, Keeper is a stunningly beautiful game. It's the kind of thing that, in an alternate world, it would be winning awards.
You have to scope the project and the team size to match the commercial risk. Otherwise, you're not being brave. You're being reckless with other people's careers.
Yep.
Imagine you're a parent watching your kid play near a busy street. You want them to explore, be creative, take risks, learn. You don't want to be a helicopter parent who controls every move. But if you're too hands-off, that kid can run straight into traffic. Good leadership, whether you're a parent or running a huge gaming division, is that constant, difficult balancing act. You give autonomy, but you also set clear boundaries and step in before things go off a cliff.
I have a pretty strict rule about not sticking my nose into game design. I am here to tell you, and I will say, that our goal is to change as absolutely little about this studio.
John, it's not a ChatGPT script. I would not. Laura is not the type. Laura is the type to write in a very dry producer mentality thing. She's not. She's her job.
Possible.
That's why these jobs are so tough. Too much control kills creativity. Too little control wastes hundreds of millions of dollars and ends careers. And that's exactly what went wrong here.
There's a bright golden haze on the meadow.
After Microsoft started buying up studios and doubling down on Game Pass, The message to a lot of teams became, go be creative, fill the service. Sales aren't the main priority anymore.
They literally told people this. They did that, and then for some reason people trusted them. Which, by the way, if anyone ever gives you a big mega money and says, don't worry about making more money, you need to like realize they're lying to you without knowing it. Because down the road, they're going to care. No, Casey, I know you're on high alert. Laura is just, this is her right. This is her style.
And then leadership stepped back too far. Many studios heard that and ran with it. They were growing their teams, they were extending their timelines, they were chasing ambitious niche ideas.
Every single one of them.
They were doing what they were encouraged to do.
How much were we spending? What was the goal? Little by little, we added more people, and it was like a train that we couldn't stop.
But when the rules changed and the focus shifted back toward profitability, a lot of those projects couldn't stand on their own. And this is where we are today. I've been through many acquisitions and I've watched many fail. When a company gets acquired, they often forget how to run a business. They listen to the siren song of their new masters and they lose what made them great in the first place.
You pitch RAD, I very much developed RAD around the idea of making a roguelike because I knew how much money we had to get for it. I knew no one was going to give us that much money unless it was attached to an understandable genre that was making money at a small scale. I like roguelikes. It wasn't like I made something I didn't want to make.
Look at Double Fine in San Francisco as a clear case. Microsoft acquired them in 2019 when they were still a smaller, more nimble indie studio. After joining Xbox...
They weren't that nimble. I love them, but they were not that nimble. They were a smaller studio in comparison to a lot of others, but they weren't, I would not call them nimble.
The team grew from around 40 to 60 people to roughly 100 employees in one of the most expensive cities in the world.
It's a new Double Fine. We remodeled. This is our new space. This is Suite 208. We have a multi-purpose board game area and yoga space.
Since then, they've shipped Psychonauts 2, Keeper, and Kiln. Both Keeper and Kiln peaked at only around 190 concurrent players on Steam.
And Kiln was again, creative, interesting. It's one of those things that they're not for lack of ideas. That's not why they're where they're at. That's not the problem.
They got decent Game Pass trials, but almost nobody bought them at full price. Keeper did pick up some awards and nominations for its art direction, its visuals, and accessibility, but this is where the industry bubble comes in. Games can get reviewed well and even win awards while having very little commercial success. You saw this with Mixtape. It's already getting early awards buzz, despite modest sales and plenty of debate about whether or not it even feels like a traditional game.
It's not. It's terrible, and it plays on nostalgia in a really bad way. There's a direction a lot of games are going that is the non-interactive thing. I'm stunned of it.
Remember when Phil Spencer talked about Redfall's pre-release mock reviews? He mentioned they were internally expecting high 80s.
Yep.
But the game landed much lower. That's a classic bubble problem.
On the score, yeah, we do mock reviews for every game that we launch, and this is like double digits lower than we thought we would be.
But here's where it gets complicated. It's easy to look at numbers and blame corporate greed.
I like David Cage. You don't want me answering that question.
And sure, there's some of that. But I've lived this exact situation. At one point, I was running a bunch of studios and we had just acquired 2, and they couldn't be more different. One was focused and successful, and the other one was a cash fire with a very ambitious project. When we toured the successful studio, they actually had buckets on the rafters so that when it rained, they could catch the water. The other studio had just moved into one of the biggest, most expensive waterfront offices available. We immediately got to work fixing both, upgrading the leaky office and getting the other studio out of their expensive lease and into a more reasonable location. Was it easy to tell the failing studio they had to move? No, it sucked, okay? I caught a lot of heat. People were really upset. It was not fun.
Nope.
But I knew it was the right thing to do for the long-term viability of the studio.
And the hard decisions to make to get to closing, when it comes to like actually closing on a project, having a project close and getting it going. And again, all the credit in the world to Tim. It's the studio is founded on making sure everyone is happy, making sure everyone who works there is happy to work there. He takes care of everyone. They get to be creatively fulfilled. And I don't know how he keeps the lights on as long as he has, because they've not had the successes that they should, given the scope and scale of what they're doing. I found that her videos are good, solid stuff. I'm always fascinated by these people. All right, let's do Who Wants Some Bad Theory. Silicon Valley much? Well, here's the thing. When you have people who in games industry people are notoriously underpaid, it's very, very significantly true. Like when I left the games industry and I went to work in film, I was fucking blown away by the raise. Like it was fucking night and day. So how do they do that? Well, if you know anyone who wants to be in the video game industry, so you want to be in the video game industry, there is only one video to send them, and it is Two Little Robots.
I want to work in the video game industry. Video games are my passion and nothing could be better than making them for a living.
I send this to anyone whose kids, tell them like, hey, my parents, my kid really wants to get into games. Oh, cool. Have them watch this video and then see if they want to.
Warn you that the video
What do I think of Andrew Culp and Dark Deleuze? I think Dark Deleuze is really bad.
game industry is a very competitive business.
I'm tired of people writing books about Deleuze that they do just to be cool. And like, hey, what's this thing? Oh, let me throw garbage at a wall and we'll see what sticks. Oh, this is what they'll let me publish? Embarrassing.
The video game industry will let me express my creativity.
The video game industry is a business. Its main focus is to sell products to as many people as possible.
I want to bring my creativity and innovation to video games.
The video game industry does not exist to be creative. It exists to sell products at Walmart. Most shoppers at Walmart do not want innovation. They want a game that lets them shoot robot Nazi zombie Pokemons and jump on platforms.
The video game industry is a fun place to work. I read it in Wired.
I love this video so much.
I've heard that you can keep action figures on your desk.
Have you heard about the constant stress and the 80-hour work weeks?
I've heard that you get free soda and snacks.
That's because it's what you eat for dinner. Your employers don't want you to go home.
I don't care. The game industry is a cool place to work.
My brother and I talk about when we were both at Lucas, and it's a weird mentality. The bragging about doing 100-hour weeks, like sleeping under our desks. Lots of people, and people still do. People still brag about it like it's a fucking point of honor. Games industry is a brutal hellhole, and I'm sorry for anyone who's in it, including myself if I ever end up going back.
You will make a low starting salary.
It's awful.
All right, welcome back, everyone, to our study group on Michel Clouscard's Neo-Fascism, Ideology of Desire. We are now looking at
I hate you.
Sections 3 and 4 of the text. We're getting into the heart, the interesting stuff, the stuff actually where he's taking on sort of the clarification beyond just some of these distinctions we talked about before in regards to political economy of neo-capitalism and some of these points in regards to
I'm not going to rewatch another video.
His critique of the Marcusean idea of the consumer society and of different consumptive goods. Namely, the distinction that we focused on last time was between an equipment good and a consumptive good.
Oh, God.
And the kind of class correlation that emerges between these two types of consumptive goods. Equipment goods are goods above the level of subsistence that the working class has achieved through struggle, but also through their own enfranchisement in the political process. And they therefore they're not like state subsidy goods. They're not necessarily welfare goods, but they are a form of goods which
This is really terrible already. So like, people don't have personalities. You notice that? Like, there's a distinct space, and it's basically, I'll give Sunday credit, Jordy too. Like, there's people who do have this. So I don't want to speak incredibly, like, broadly. I'm going to make grand statements that are not really the thing, but I don't have another way to talk about the thing, right? I don't know if that makes sense. Philosophy content, or I should say generally video essay content, generally speaking, comes in kind of two flavors. People who have absolutely no personality, and their lack of personality is somehow seen as proof that they're academic or thoughtful instead of entertaining. Conversely, you end up with people like ContraPoints or PhilosophyTude or Michael, the other shithead. And what they do is they cover up their lack of personality with a lot of accoutrement and other bullshit. There's not actually personality there, right? Does that make sense? Does that make sense? I think that makes sense. I think that's going to make a lot of sense, actually. I'm going to argue that makes a lot of sense, and I'm going to leave it there. This is really terrible. Already. I'm already bored, serious.
Are born from the productive sphere. And they have a different relationship, therefore, to capital and to surplus value of capital. They are also sort of social. They're usually defined as social forms of goods. And it's this distinction that is dissipating in neocapitalism. In fact, what neocapitalism wants to do is essentially privatize the capacity for independent producers to have a type of greater power or greater autonomy over the production of consumptive goods.
No, it's not true at all. That's not. The fuck are you talking about? Michael's in Vsauce? No, Michael is in Burns. Vsauce, I assume he mostly does kids content as far as I'm concerned. So like, and he's got personality. I'll say he has personality. Like, he's actually got like charisma, and like, this is a fucking, I am somehow becoming less charismatic just by watching this person. And I think we might actually have to talk about how we just are going to talk about consumptive goods versus industrial goods and the way that one is consumed over the other. Do you understand that we're going to have this conversation as I'm going to be talking to you? Like, it's like, fuck me, dude.
And instead,
his personality is not a good product, more to do with the types that can decide. I don't know. It's weird because we're not talking about, like, again, this sounds terrible to say because it's self-effacing to a point. The people who do social media are the people who can't do anything else or don't have anything else to do. And that's, I think, there's a reason you see a lot of people in here who this is the jam, because what are they going to do? Fucking get a real job? And there's a lot of reasons for that. It's not personally like knocking someone. There's a lot of reasons people don't do that. But then there's a lot of people where it's like, you could probably try, but you just, okay.
What we get is the rise of a new petty bourgeoisie that are both producers and consumers. But Kluskard argues that the form that the new petty bourgeoisie.
So this is Tut, who pretends to read books for people.
Bourgeoisie engages in terms of their consumption is riddled with a very interesting problematic, which is basically that they consume based on a sign economy. So that whole semiology, which we read in Baudrillard, that whole kind of structuralist thesis, he submits to. So there's something like a kind of representational form of consumption that's at play here, but it's a form of consumption which is about social status and social standing and lifestyle. And therefore it signals a type of, well, what he calls transgressive consumption. This is a key concept.
This is all the space of representational nomenclature thought. I just hate this. I'm at some point going to be finally putting out the final video in the AI series. I had to rewrite it. It was so good, but I showed it to someone who went, dude, no, like, you can't do this. You can't do this. If you want to skip, in order to understand what he's talking about at Deleuze, I have to be able to go through how he's talking about Kluskard, how he's talking about Marx, how he's talking about all these other things. I have to go through it. I have to understand. If I just jump and shit on him, I might be missing him making an interesting point, and I don't want to do. I try to give Tut every chance to prove me wrong that he's actually interesting.
For Kluskard. And transgressive consumption is very interesting because what you could kind of consider it to be the politicization of the sphere of consumption.
Oh, yes, because consumption's never political. Oh, Jesus Christ. This is going to be really bad. Fucking.
For the furthering of a strategy that would justify capital's privatization of the consumptive sphere. Or of society itself, right? This, again, links into the idea of liberalism as definable by the capacity to create new needs within the market. And then the market, therefore, is unregulated and thereby permitted to, through the agents of the new petty bourgeoisie, to essentially proliferate these sort of superfluous forms of consumptive goods. All of this is born from a crisis of overaccumulation and excess, right? So Kluskard introduces the typology of the hippie, and he argues that the hippie is both a figure of excess, abundance, but also of waste.
Oh, There's a reason I haven't spent time on Kluskard, and I'm learning more and more every day that there's reasons I don't care for it. Do I even want to bring up Metamorphoses? It's the only one I've read. I don't think that's what we're referencing here, though, because that would be weird. It doesn't really fit what he's talking about.
Of detritus, and that the form of the hippie, this kind of possibility of the hippie, is only born at this precise moment of abundance. But as I was saying before, Kluskard is sort of seeing the direction that this liberal panacea of.
All right. Well, this is a fucking thing. 1 second. Let me find 1 second. I'm just going to go to fucking Anna's. I'm just going to have the book on hand just because I'm not putting it in because I do not want this shit in my fucking library. Is there some new book that hit? No. It's not Metamorphoses. Oh. Capitalism of Seduction. Maybe. Haven't read it. I wouldn't know. What else could it be? Production of the pre-capitalist subject. Is that even in English, though? We'll see what he's talking about. The process of production of the pre-capitalist ensemble feels like
consumptive leisure is headed, and he's seen how through the unregulated market forces that it is unleashing, it will actually be re-entrenching a new form of austerity that will make the hippie completely will completely vacate the scene. Of course, this is the story of the 60s and 70s into the 80s. There's no such thing as the hippie anymore, or to the extent that there is, it's now relegated to a particular form of class good. So the class strata is no longer a kind of egalitarian form of consumptive liberation and transgressive consumption and so on.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Now, where does the Freudo-Marxist thesis come into this whole idea of libidinal economy as Kluskart understands it? So here is a very interesting concept that he introduces called inversion transference. And he defines inversion transference as the imputing of one's negative onto the other and laying claim to its as a potential. So what this means is there is a type of form of liberatory I don't want to say hedonistic, but it's a kind of overture to a liberatory form of social existence, which has performed or enacted a type of forgetting.
Neo-fascism and the ideology of desire. Oh, I don't know that one. So the title of the stream is the book? That's his book. It's his writing. Oh, good fucking Christ. But wait. What is Kluskart that we're... Capitalism is Subjection is the one he's most referencing. How could a best-selling author in France, known for his Marxist analysis of post-68 society, his work, Capitalism, Subjection, not have received a proper translation in English? There's many things the publishing world. The story as to why Kluskart has been ignored is not a conspiracy. It's driven by the perceived need to shelter post-68 French thought from criticism. This may be changing. Oh, dude, no. Kluskart shows the way that French theory becomes the expression of a class worldview of the new middle strata. In this way, his work fulfills Marx's maxim that inaugurates a tradition of historical materialism. Oh, dude, this is going to be like a train wreck of nightmares. Oh, God, he's got an entire paper. Oh, good. Let me get a... In this work, Kluskart analyzes the thought of Freudo-Marxism in the work of Wilhelm Reich, Herbert Marcuse, and Gilles Deleuze by analyzing the effects of their discourses and by identifying the lines of continuity that link it together. Oh, that's great. That's materialism. That's materialist. That's fucking a fucking joke or something. What the shit? This is like this. There's so many layers of what's fucked up with this. Like, I don't even know how to mentally handle this. This is crazy.
This has come into this whole idea of libidinal economy as Kluskart understands
All
it.
right.
So here is a very interesting concept that he introduces called inversion transference. And he defines inversion transference as the imputing of one's negative onto the other and laying claim to its as a potential. So what this means is there...
Projection. I believe the term in Freud is projection. I don't know how that can be transference. I'm not going to say that we're shitting on the other guy. This is just really bad tut. This is just tut. How is that not just projection, my dude?
Is a type of form of liberatory, I don't want to say hedonistic, but it's a kind of
probably good
overture to a liberatory form of social existence, which has performed or enacted a type of forgetting or a type of negation. On what? Now here it is.
Transference is not projection. No, but transference is also not whatever the fuck he said. But transference is really particular. Transference has to do with the, for Freud, like the prototypical understandings you have of things during the early stages of your life. And you take those and you put them on a substitute that is there in person. So transference, most commonly understood as being the analyst-analysand relationship, where the analysand experiences transference, and the analyst becomes an object of sexual desire, of a father figure, whatever you say. Again, Freud, not me. That would be transference. To say inversion transference, the language is really fucking weird.
Into the 80s, there's no such thing as the hippie anymore, or to the extent that there is.
He's talking about another person's term. I don't care if he's talking about another person's term. What he described that term as is just projection. What he defined, they're not similar.
It's now relegated to a particular form of class good. So the class strata is no longer a kind of egalitarian form of consumptive liberation and transgressive consumption and so on. Now, where does the Freudo-Marxist thesis come into this whole idea of...
Also, the camera's focused on your bookshelf, buddy. It happens to me too, but the camera's focused on your bookshelf.
Libidinal economy as Kluskart understands it. So here is a very interesting concept that he introduces called inversion transference. And he defines inversion transference as the imputing of one's negative onto the other and laying claim to its as a potential.
That's 100% just projection. That's not even a slight, that's just projection. You take the negative, place it on another, you're a negative. The negative, the shit, whatever. And you go, oh, you. And you see it as, like, that's projection. I'm gonna look this up. I'm actually gonna look this up now, because this is gonna be too frustrating. One sec. Takes a second because I need to get past all the shit that is bullshit. Okay. This is why. The fucking first response it gave me is some bullshit, and the first thing it gave me as the source for it is fucking Daniel Tutt. I'm so upset about this now. Okay, fine. We're gonna do this. Let's fucking do this then. Okay, so this is the piece he's going through is going to be the seductive capital, which is fine. Let's do it. I don't give a shit. I need an ebook. I hate this. One sec. Come on. Come on. Give me a download. Give me a download. One sec. I have a cue for Anna's. Hey, what might be great is that this turns out to be interesting. I don't believe it will because, again, I've read Kluskhar's other work and I find it dogmatic in very odd ways and certainly not dealing with Deleuze or others in a very good way. Brooks Clavicular is going to the gym with Netanyahu. Thanks for reading my I hate you. That sentence is one of the worst things I've ever heard. Good job. You're surprising me, you people. Well done. Okay. Come on, download Anna's. Come on, Anna's. Inversion. Okay. I cannot open this. I don't want to add this to my library. It gets ingested. I don't want to do that shit right now. God damn it. Okay. Caliber. Let's do it. Okay. Let me see if I can find this. One sec. Transference. That is because I misspelled it. Come on. So let's see. It would be transfert. Probably. Okay, this is probably not it. Wait. Okay. I have the French. Okay, so from his book, the three sociological moments of the unconscious collectif, the ideological circulation of libidinal, or of libido. You're just gonna have to deal with my shit translation. Fashion, circulating in the place of the concrete, the collective unconscious, will make it possible to produce this extraordinary ideological weapon of war, archetypes. Oh, yeah, that's going to go great. This is fixation. See, this is not. So fashion, the identification of drive, fixation, then transference. If drives of psychoanalysis were there, they would fix and transfer themselves immediately into this first formalization of libidinal, playful, marginal consumption. From the outset, they would take the form and content of this sociological figure of worldly consumption. Consumption non done. This ain't jiving with me. I could not find multiple uses of this. It has to be specifically transferred. But, because that's a transference. It conjugates differently in French. I'm very confused. He sent me his book. Oh, no. Oh, serious. Okay. I don't care. I stopped caring.
So what
like
this
that's
means,
you want me to hit a wall, fucking not giving a shit. That's how I hit a wall, not giving a shit. That's fucking the hardest wall of not giving a shit I've hit in a very fucking long time. This is fucking awful. Serious, I fucking hate you so much.
There is a type of form of liberatory, I don't want to say hedonistic, but it's a kind of
This is just
overture
nonsense
to
bullshit.
a liberatory form of social existence, which has performed or enacted a type of forgetting or a type of negation.
I couldn't find it on Anna's, what you sent me, and it's at least interesting. I'll give it a look, but I mean, but like, here's the problem. Having a conversation that's going to pull off Deleuze, having a conversation around the ideology of desire is fucking weird. Like, it's a weird thing to fucking do, because Deleuze's project is kind of talking about how, no, that's not a thing.
On what? Now, here it is the dialectic of production and consumption that Kluskard wants to think together, and which he thinks Freudo-Marxism only thinks a kind of flat or sort of one-sided form of this dialectic. What does this mean? Well, this means that the strategy, we understand the concept and the thrust of the strategy of Freudo-Marxism to be in the service of a liberalism which is seeking to destroy the ethical order of production and its autonomy, its stability, its power. So therefore, transgressive consumption in the new petty bourgeoisie, the new libertine, the new Arabiste, the new Mandarin, etc., are invited to participate in what he calls a terroristic ethics, which is unbeknownst to the terrorist or the libertine. The fact that he's conflating these two categories is very strong polemic, obviously. Well, they become a kind of a madman who is a kind of a liberated, angelic, beautiful soul type of rebel who is acting in.
This is it. A lot of this shit is just like philosophy via Dungeons and Dragons. Like, and then he will hit level 40 and he will have to specialize. It's like, Jesus Christ, dude. Connect it with like real shit instead of just dancing around these words. I fucking hate this so much. And you said he's going to bring up Deleuze, and that just breaks me.
In the service of capital, in the service of the construction of the pre.
Freudo-Marxism includes Deleuze and Kluskard's terminology. That I would believe. There's a reason I'm not a big fan of Kluskard, but I believe that fully.
Conditions for the obliteration of the old form of stability that made the working class.
Like it's the problem with ideology, and it's not just Deleuze, is Guattari also goes heavily into it. Ideology as a concept is a trap. It's a trap at the level of content, as Guattari writes, and I'm going to get really close to getting this exact because I did this fucking speech a few fucking times. Like, it gives consistency to redundancy. So as things are repeated over and over, it gives them a consistency. And then at the level of the actual existence of things, it gives credence to the idea that ideology matters. This is the problem. So, to say another way, from what I'm seeing so far, he's shitting on Freudo-Marxism, but his entire philosophy wouldn't exist without it, and he needs to basically name it to blame it. Woo! Hey, Big Jerry.
Capable of accessing goods of equipment.
Yes, because they need the +3 rolling hole of bag of holding. I don't fucking know. This is stupid. This is very stupid. Like it's hard for me to even have this conversation at this point. I hate this so much.
So that's sort of the
That was a cool sound effect. Was that me? on my end, or was that Daniel?
The preconditions for the obliteration of the old form of stability that made the working class capable of accessing goods of equipment. So that's sort of the
Did you hear it?
The
That was
strong
cool.
thrust, the underbelly thrust of Kluskard's polemic. Now,
Terrible polemic.
what I find interesting about this is the concept of virtue and ethics that emerges here. In the
Oh,
sense
please.
that Kluskard
please.
invokes both the class being of the new petty bourgeoisie, who is
the class being
abiding by this type of ethical form of consumption, but sort of enwrapping it or
Jesus
sort of
Christ.
enclosing it in a liberatory guise. And he calls this an ethics. Now, it's an ethics that has
Newest to Deleuze, do DNG not conceive of fascism as ideological? No. In fact, they don't conceive of ideology. Well, they do. Like, they understand how people come to be fooled by it and captured by it. Ideology doesn't factor into philosophies of difference for a series of reasons. The biggest being that ideology necessitates a understanding of something that a person doesn't have access to, fundamentally outside, transcendent of their experience. That's what ideology necessarily has to be. If it's not, then everyone is just within the ideology that's purely materially produced, and therefore there's no such thing as ideology. It doesn't work at all, like as a thing. Instead, everything is always being produced constantly. Our understanding of ideology is a trap, as what I just said. That's the challenge. Fascism isn't a thing. There is no thing. There isn't freedom or emancipation or fascism or socialism. What there is the moment of production, how it's produced, the resonances and ritornello, and the way that things come together in the moment where the lightning strike of meaning happens. These things constantly are producing, and the now is being produced right now. Right now. All that's it. There's nothing outside of this. What you're experiencing right now, that's it. It's all of it. So the idea of that, oh, it's because it's beyond us and I'm just smarter than everyone else. I'm able to see it. And I can fucking look like a douchebag on my fucking YouTube channel by telling everyone, if only you could understand me in my silly fucking Narnia language, then maybe you'd be able to too also be very smart. It's fucking shit. It's shit.
As posited.
That's why I have no respect for these people, because they stand at guard of a gate that has nothing behind it, and they go, I can't let you in, but I can tell you about the cool stuff in there.
What? It has posited the integration of the class struggle on the terrain of consumption, i.e., the liquidation or the passivity of the class struggle has occurred through the panacea of this new consumption capitalism, as we talked about last time.
I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I'm not going into it. I don't care. I'm not doing it. This is just fucking dumb.
What then comes to replace class struggle? What comes to replace class struggle?
Class struggle is on consumption. Well, that's weird, I would argue, because if it's focused on one part of the productive process, Marx kind of goes out of his way in Capital, all three books, and also his other writings, to sort of go, hey, there's actually no one process or part that's separate from the others. In fact, consumption is production itself. In fact, all of these things happen simultaneously. It's almost like people don't read fucking Marx.
Is the kind of conflict amongst the old and the new, the conflict amongst the parents, the Oedipus complex itself becomes the substitute for class antagonisms, right? And therefore, you get a sense that libidinal rebellions are kind of supercharged forms of rebellion fighting against this dialectic.
So it's hyper-Oedipalism. Fucking what the fuck? It's hyper-Oedipalism. Are you fucking kidding me? Everything needs to be reduced to daddy. It's the opposite of what the fuck? Are you kidding me? Everything is reduced to mommy, daddy, me. Fundamentally, you're just saying it. You're just saying the fucking thing that everyone laughs at when you say it because it's fucking stupid if you talk to anyone who's not way head up their own ass. Oh no, everything is just like the relationship you have with your mom and dad. That's what everything means. Apparently, D&G come into it in 7 seconds. Sirius has promised. We do a reading of a book called Anti-Oedipus, right? It's not opposition to Oedipus because things exist, ideas exist. It's stupid to say that. This is what they mean by being anti-Oedipus. One sec. Hi there, Vi. If you give me a big hug. What? You were squishing your cheek. Okay. So that's right there. That's what Cloussard's talking about. Pure antagonism of mommy daddy. This is really going to be awful, isn't it? Serious. I'm trying to find a French version. Azoth, if you have a French version, I couldn't download off the page. Probably because I don't have access. But it would be great if someone has even the French version. I would adore that. It's the link you sent me is one that says unavailable, and I can't find it elsewhere. I thought it's just scratching my cheek. No, it's squishing her cheek. I was giving her a very, very hard hug.
Well, in essence, for Cloussard, they're sort of doing the work of what liberalism sees as a prerequisite for the establishment of a society that has created new needs.
I'm not walking, so I can't, sadly. That's it. You're banned. You're banned. You're banned. If you're not there literally at my beck and call for everything I need, I don't know why I have you here except to cause me pain.
Now, this capacity of liberalism to construct new needs is born from liberalism's complicity with capital and its imperatives, of course, because we remember
complicity
fascism,
with capital, not being determinate of capital. It's complicity with capital. Yes, it's a thinking system. Jesus
uses
Christ.
the nation to halt the construction of the new needs. Okay?
What?
Now, this is important because Cloussard accuses...
So fascism is the instrument of capital. It's functionalist. This is functionalism. This is bad functionalism. This is bad functionalism. Actually respond with real criticism. Let me try to do real critique, because criticism would be just me laughing and then crying for a while. And then balling up in a fetal position as I realize that he's actually able to make a living doing this. Okay. Capitalism is not a aware, sentient thing, despite what Nick Land may say. Meth does a lot of things to you, and it will make you absolutely see that capitalism is intelligent, but it's not. Fascism is not a thing capitalism does. It's not an instrument of capital. That's like a vulgar sort of, it's a really vulgar functionalist view of all of this, right? There's only one question that matters genuinely for fascism, and it's the one Reich pondered, and if he doesn't address it, which he won't, I can't imagine that he would address it. The question is simple. Reich asks it, it's what spawned AO. It's the idea that why do people desire their own repression? And it's not that, oh, please, daddy, can I have another? It's people actively invest in systems that crush them. They actively do this. And the challenge becomes, if you can't answer that question, right? It's a weird inversion. If you have this economism, functionalism bullshit like that explains fascism, but it does it without desire as like a coup, right? It's not fascism. So that's bad. It's just bad. Fascism halts the construction of new needs, uses the state, I think he said. This is bad. This is really terrible.
Deleuze and Guattari, as well as Marcuse, but especially Deleuze and Guattari, of not presenting a conception of desire which is predicated upon need. And this actually leads to...
That's correct. That's correct. They did not... Oh, this is... Oh, this is amazing. Let's see how Tut handles it, because that's terrible. So first off, if you've read Anti-Oedipus, they haven't presented a conception of desire that is predicated on need, because they explain need as being the thing desire creates. Need is derived from desire. Lack is counter effect produced within the real of production. Scarcity itself as a thing is deliberately created. It's even planned and maintained and organized as a thing. It's a terrible claim, because it'd be like saying, no, I can't even do it. It'd be like saying, Nietzsche never really accounted for God. It's like, do you even read books?
To what he calls a neo-Kantian problematic for Deleuze and Guattari. And for Kluskar, of not presenting a conception of desire which is predicated upon need.
If that's what he says, and again, Tut sucks, so Tut might believe this. It's based on need. All desire is going to be need based. Like, if he doesn't get this, great. They literally address it throughout Anti-Oedipus. So,
and this actually leads to what he calls a neo-Kantian problematic for Deleuze and Guattari.
What the shit? What the shit?
And for Kluskard, all desire is based upon need.
Okay, Daniel has to... There's no way Daniel is getting this right. Kluskard... I mean, maybe Kluskard is this bad of a thinker, but he's a Marxist. He's really dogmatic. It's like super dogmatic as a thing. But Marx kind of did a whole thing about how need as a priority isn't really a thing. Production produces consumption. That's why Deleuze and Guattari utilize it a lot. Like, Marx dissolved the very idea of this fundamentally. I don't actually understand. There's no way this can be right for Kluskard. If it is, then they both should be embarrassed. And Kluskard in his grave should be embarrassed as a thing. That's really bad. For Marx, and again, Deleuze, I just explained, I'm not going to go into it, but it's terrible. This is terrible. Hasn't read Germanology. This is Gundrisa. This isn't even like interesting Marx. This isn't like, oh, I'm going to go in the weird papers. It's like, Gundrisa, if you're a fucking philosophy guy and you haven't read, come on, my dude, we got to do that thing. Needs for Marx are always social and always relative. That would mean that they aren't pre-social or pre-relative. Wage labor and capital, the house and the palace are the examples I remember. So a need that exists that we claim is prior to or outside of production, which is what is apparently being claimed here, is and unconditioned grounding. That is the thing in itself in Kant. Deleuze has a book on Kant. He handles this. Like, that's fucking weird. So, okay. So, if that's the case, then the thing in itself in Kant's architecture, because if we're doing neo-Kantianism, and I'm not Mr. Kant by any stretch of the imagination, but I've been doing a bit of it to try to catch up on where I need to be with Kant, thanks to Ian McKenzie's work, The Idea of Pure Critique, which is amazing and made me realize I'm a stupid person. I like reading books that make me feel stupid. If we're going to do that, then need is the noumenon of this system, which would mean need is actually the one thing that is exempted from history, so all else can be judged against it. That's a problem for this entire argument. That's like a fundamental problem. So that's fucking weird.
And I want to actually say a few things about this and get into...
Oh, please don't.
I shared my notes on Anti-Oedipus. I know many of you have read it. Some of you haven't.
You haven't read it. I looked at your notes and I was confused. And I get questions that are really bad.
But I've taken extensive notes, maybe 30 or 40 pages.
Good Lord. Being wrong for 30 or 40 pages means you must know something.
And they're pretty good. It's pretty elaborate. So if you go to the...
They're pretty good. They're pretty elaborate. Yeah, he's 50% right. I'll give it to him. They're elaborate.
Dropbox, you can see my notes on the text.
Yes.
And you should read the book, of course. I've read it 4 or 5 times. And I will say a few things about how they define desire in distinction to how Kluskard does.
Oh, no.
On page 27, Kluskard says, it is the material production of a good or a service which leads to the definition of needs. And it is in page 27, Kluskard says...
One sec, I'm going to type this out. I don't want to do the transcript thing on screen. So just give me a second to get my notes. One sec. This is really bad.
It is the material production of a good or a service which leads to the definition of needs. And it is an unawareness of the production process which turns needs into the subjectivism of desire.
All right, one sec. It is the material production of a good or service which leads to the definition of needs. So, yeah, like I said, Tut has to be wrong on this. Because right there, Kluskard is not saying that you need desire based on needs, because he's saying needs are necessarily produced. He's literally saying that it's material production of a good or service which leads to the definition. That's Grundrisse. That's the part I was just talking about in Grundrisse. It is the unawareness of the production process which turns needs into the subjectivism of desire. That's not need producing desire. There's no way. There's no way. That's literally the opposite of what Tut just said. But also, I would say that this is also restating in a really weird way commodity fetishism. Because that's the structure of commodity fetishism. This is just Marx. Right? That's a... It's just such an odd sentence. I mean, this is real. If he's right on this is fucking psychotic. This is like the worst reading of anything. And it's like layers. It's like an onion of shitty writing if he's right. And again, don't expect him to be right. I wouldn't.
So again, the form of libidinal desire that is being celebrated in Freudo-Marxism which we remember Deleuze and Guattari and Marcuse are both participating in a similar process.
Marcuse too. How is it the similar process? It's a Freud. Like, okay, if you're gonna say they're all Freudo-Marxists, like, don't make the claim yourself. Put it on him. If you're like, hey, he's lumping all these people because he says it's part of the same process. It's not. You have to defend that and make that claim a little bit more than just, hey, do you know Freudo-Marxism, how Deleuze and Guattari have multiple books shitting all over it? They're basically doing the same thing. No, I'm not going to explain myself.
Okay. Is it reliant on this unawareness or forgetting or inversion transference?
I need that fucking... Serious, send me the fucking PDF that's I need the French PDF. I need to find this because this is insane.
Of the production process that makes possible their investment into the liberated sphere of society.
I mean, this is very, very bad. Converting what Marx, I'm going to say Marx at this point is definitely doing, but I would argue D&G definitely are too. I'm lost. Are you thinking of making a vid on this? I honestly, here's the problem. When people make philosophy videos that are, and I did this for a while. I did like bad philosophy reacts because one, they get people here, and two, they're really fun to do. Philosophy Tube is an embarrassment of a human being on multiple levels. And so it was really fun to like react and go, holy shit. The Jordan Peterson stuff, really fun. Michael Burns, embarrassing. A lot of embarrassing fucks out there. But the problem is, it's not like math. It's like doing like a bad mathematics stream, right? Oh, we're going to watch this video where this guy is going to talk about the planar notation. And you won't believe this. He includes three it's like, you have to be so insider baseball to even extricate like the kernel of what is useful from the thing before you have to effectively rebuild the entire thing from scratch. Because what Daniel's doing here is not any of these thinkers. None of them. He is using word salad from all of them, but none of this is actually the thinkers. This isn't the concepts. This isn't like interesting as a thing. Because if I were to sit here, I would have to teach you fundamentally how fetishism works. Because again, what he described is straight up class fetishism, like commodity fetishism. The problem with commodity fetishism, as I understand, is that class cannot stand outside of commodity fetishism because it's like got the virtue of, I don't even know anymore. This is so disconnected and he's explaining it so badly. It's hard to even know what to fucking say. Like the comment from him to talk about this idea of need not being involved is insane. Adding Marcuse, I can't even begin. I can't even begin. My next essay is 45 minutes of me teaching you Yelmslevian semiotics. I can't begin. Do you understand that? Like how fucking weird that is that I can't begin? I'm doing a video on Yelmslev.
Now, in Deleuze and Guattari, you may or may not know, one of the interesting things that they put forward is, of course, this notion that desire is productive. But they make a distinction here between coded forms of social production and non-coded forms of desire. And of course, the body without organs and the kind of
Holy
liberatory
shit.
zone of...
Holy fuck, he's doing it. Okay. One of the things that's very difficult when I talk about this, and it's, again, I get it. If he's like a Freudo-Marxist, Freud's thing is that, like Plato, like a lot of others, that there's like two realms of stuff, nature and man. for example, or soul and body, or brain and body, whatever it is. There's two versions of things, right? And those two versions of things, one affects the other that maybe affects back. And you can talk about it going back and forth like that. D&G, there's no such thing. That's it. No, stop it. There's no two realms of shit. The closest we get is when we talk about order of magnitude, we talk about scale or regimes, because at scale, things affect each other. They fuck with each other at a pretty significant level. He is absolutely right now making an unbelievably stupid comment. Daniel, if you ever see this, stupid. Stupid. The idea that desire exists in two ways, and that there is multiple types of production, and that there's these two things. The zone of desire. We're going to go back and listen. I know this wording. It is terrible. And this is where you start talking about, desire is actually produced by the social machine, or the social machine's produced by desire. And that, again, is how people fuck up Marx. Because it's not even Deleuze. I'd love to say this is just Deleuze. It's the same thing he just did with Marx, where he said, we've got surplus, and it's like down the road, and like we're here, and then we've got this. It's like, no, it's all at once. Everything's all at once. It's always all at once. It's always all at once. It's always all at once.
Desire is theorized to be outside of coded, symbolic, lacking.
You are wrong at every level. That's a fucking embarrassing sentence, dude. You claim to have read this book 5 times. I fucking hate YouTube. I hate YouTube. I hate pop philosophy. I can't. Dude, I expected so much more out of you. Desire exists outside of codification. Jesus fucking Christ, dude.
And non-coded forms of desire.
That's the thing that's what set me off. It's that first bit. Fuck it. We're going to type it.
One of the interesting things that they put forward is, of course, this notion that desire is productive.
They do.
But they make a distinction here between coded forms of social production and non-coded forms of desire.
It's all desire.
And of course, the body without organs and the kind of liberatory zone of desire is theorized to be outside of.
Did I expect better? Yes. This is one of those things that's like, Deleuze is a philosopher of difference and goes out of his way to eliminate any of these things, to the point where Laruelle, who I think is ultimately just doing the same thing Deleuze is really doing, but he makes it very, very specific. He wants to further eliminate any of those binaries or the issues or the balancing of things, because he sees Deleuze as too attached to them, which is, and he's saying it in a very French shitty way, but he's like, he's too attached. But he makes the point that like Deleuze's entire thing is about the elimination of those. To fucking talk about Deleuze is, like in this way, is insane. That to say that BWO is a liberated zone that exists outside coding, Roger Stromont would have a fucking question for you. Do you understand where it emerges? It emerges there, within registration, which is where coding is. This is fucking weird.
Of coded, symbolic, lacking desire.
There's no such thing as lacking desire. Jesus goddamn Christ, dude.
They call social production.
Right. It's all desire. Desire first invests socially. It's the infrastructure of the social. This is really just fuck you, Sirius, really. You motherfucker. You motherfucker, Sirius.
It's ready-made. Social production is ready-made.
He doesn't have any clue what that sentence is. But that's really fucking embarrassing. That's really bad. This is like It's hard to even talk about how many times in Mille Plateau, for example, they just scream the opposite of this. This is wild.
In a sense, for Deleuze and Guattari, the task is to forge some type of break with overcoded forms of desire.
Jesus Christ. It's I'm watching an idiot talk about one of my favorite books. There's a lot of idiots out there, Dexter. Sorry to say. Just dumb motherfuckers. Fucking dumb motherfuckers. This is insane. Overcoded desire was kind of handled actually by Capital. They go into it. It's in chapter 3 of Anti-Oedipus, the book you've read 5 times.
With the kind of suffocation of Oedipal forms of desire, which are hierarchical. So the objective
hierarchical, Jesus Christ,
is to sort of break all.
I'm just, not to be nitpicky, I shouldn't do that, but like, that's just
of the barriers of the imposition of forms of desire that sort of don't allow access to a libidinal flow.
They're, holy fucking Christ.
So the objective, therefore, is to.
It's insane. Hey, do you know who breaks the codes? Do you know what breaks the codes? Capital does. They have an entire book about it. It's called Anti-Oedipus. They have another book they follow up with where they talk about it at length. Decoding flows is the thing Capital does. That is the historical movement of universal history in Anti-Oedipus's account in all of chapter 3. The axiomatic is the thing Capital does. That's what recaptures what it decodes, right? So breaking the codes, that's not the program in Anti-Oedipus at all. Not even in Holland's translation, let alone the original French, which this would be really, really embarrassing to say. This is awful. If I had to say, in this language, the text is primarily focused on sobriety in comparison to breaking through and destratification. It's a weird language. I've talked about this before. I've used it before. But like, keep enough of the organism. Understand that this is how all of everything is produced, that we are the organism that falls back on the machinic, and all at once, all of this is coming. Like, all of these things happen. That's the point. The subject needs to survive the experiment, and as he experiments, create lines of flight, not for himself. Any subject that only creates lines of flight for themselves is a fuckwad, and they're pointless. You need to create lines of flight that, as they take flight, create lines of flight. That's the point, is you create rippling effects of those. This is an insanely poor reading of Anti-Oedipus. Hey, August. Daniel Tutt's a fucking moron. Did you know that? And a fucking asshole. This is so gross.
Break the codes, right? To perform what Kluskard calls the kind of terroristic operation.
That's a stupid way to put it.
So I think what Kluskard is basically suggesting, right, is that what is not being acknowledged by Deleuze and Guattari is the precise way that class agency and the social being of class is the sort of hallmark of a division that is not being acknowledged by them, that forms social production. So social production is sort of seen, therefore, as a kind of Kantian transcendental, right?
Sarah, send me the link. I'll post it. I don't think anyone else can post links but me for a lot of reasons. I am I'm actually lost at how stupid this fucking comment is. So Anti-Oedipus has a pretty big section that takes a while to go through. It's chapter 3. I mentioned it here again. It's a pretty big detour through Marx and Money that literally cites a book called Marx and Money. Goes through primitive accumulation, rate of profit to fall, world markets, all that. They don't refuse class. The idea that class pre-exists the social, which is what is being implied here, is fucking awful. No, pretty sure it's transcendental. He's right. Well, nah. Social production is seen as a kind of Kantian transcendental? Sort of. Sort of. But he says, class agency and social being of class is not acknowledged by Deleuze and Guattari. That's wrong. It might be, look, again, I'm not going to say I'm a master of Kant, but I will say 100%, this is just Marx. This is just Marx. Production and the relation of the semiotic. That should not be separated. That's their big thing. Marx didn't do that. This is very strange. He's not even wrong. That's how wrong. Exactly. It doesn't work.
Now, here on page 35, Kluskart introduces a concept which is one of his most interesting concepts. It's called the anti-predicative. The anti-predicative. And this is the idea that Kantianism, in sort of the predominant philosophers of structuralism, he takes to task as effectively reintroducing a kind of form of neo-Kantianism into philosophy, in the sense that their conception of the object of desire is thought to be prior to praxis or productive mediation.
There's no object of desire in Anti-Oedipus. Deleuze and Guattari do not have an object of desire. Like, I mean, the fucking point of Anti-Oedipus is that. The problem with Oedipal structuration, like in the Lacanian sense or the Freudian sense, is that objects are given as a position of desire. They're the phallic. This is the thing. It's anti-Oedipal in the sense of it's anti-object of desire. That's insane. That's fucking unbelievable. That is not... What the fuck?
Again, this is the thesis of the unthought or the unaware or of the inversion, of the ignorance, you could say, of the role of production that makes possible.
Sarah says it also can't be prior to praxis because it is practice, like literally. Yeah, this is someone who's smuggling representational Platonistic thought or Neoplatonism into everything. Like, this is bad. What's worse, reader, to lose Tut or the Emerald Tablet Lady? I'll take the Tablet Lady. I'll take the Tablet Lady. I'm borderline saying I'll take plastic pills over this. You know what? Actually, he's better because most people who will watch this will tune it out because he's just garbage. He doesn't have the charisma. He's nonsense. He's using basically obscurantist jargon in everything.
Desire itself. That is the precondition.
We watch until I'm bored. Sorry.
Of desire. Whereas for Deleuze and Guattari, he's basically arguing that they think that, and like they have a whole section on like the earth and the socius as this originary point of desire beyond production.
No, they do not, Daniel. No, you said you've read this book 4 or 5 times. My dude. my dude. The Earth. Oh, dude. Okay. How I heard him say this, we're going to rewind it. We're going to play a game and see if I'm right in how stupid this is. He's making the claim that the Socius is the origin of desire in Anti-Oedipus. That the Socius. Okay.
And like they have a whole section on like the Earth and the Socius as this originary point of desire beyond production.
They don't. And that is just beyond fucking wrong. That's insane. The recording surface of production is the Socius. That's the recording surface of social production is the Socius. That's the point. The filled body, the semiotically filled, sign-filled, stuffed, plain corpse of the body that is the Socius is the point. That's the territorial machine. The Earth is filled with meaning and all of the signs. That's the whole thing. It's a mode of social production that falls back on inclination. It's not an origin of shit, and it's not outside of production. It's part of production. There is no outside of production in Deleuze and Guattari's Anti-Oedipus. You fucking crackpot. Who the fuck would ever say that? Deleuze and Guattari, their book's good. Then they have that entire section where they talk about things that aren't part of production. Like all those things that aren't productive or aren't involved with production or aren't from production. That entire thing? No, I don't. No one does, because that's not a thing. God damn. Dude, seriously. I want to know how you possibly can come away from Anti-Oedipus going, oh yeah, no, the Socius, the thing they say is analogous to the body without organs, which is part of desire and production, but is instead of the social form, which is filled up, the plain body. That's not even like part of production. That's actually the source of all desire. Dude, seriously. That's unfucking believable, dude. All right. If you want, someone wants to read Kluskard. This is amazing to me. Again, I'm glad it's him because he is obscurantist, garbage, jargon. This is what studying everybody gets you. Badiou actually has a decent reading of Deleuze. Not a great one, but a decent reading. This is like, anyone notice just as a thing? I just noticed this. For those who don't know, Daniel Tutt loves to brag about how he studied under Badiou because it's literally the only reason he has any fucking credibility at all. But he's literally placed himself under Badiou. He's under Badiou. Even here, he's placed himself under Badiou to make the point clear. Thank you, Daniel. We were worried.
So in a sense, for Deleuze and Guattari, he thinks that they're not adequately thinking. The fact that needs come before desire.
They don't. They account for that. They have an entire fucking chapter about it. So, what's happening here? And it's actually really simple, and it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. Crypto guys were really fascinating for a long time. This is crypto guy mentality, representational thinking, where names of things are the point. So what he's done, crypto guys said, oh, we're not gambling. We're placing tokens in a process of investment. It's gambling, and we're looking at it. That's what you're doing. No, it's not even an investment. It's purchasing meme stocks. Like, it's like they think they changed the words. It changes the thing. It doesn't. I mean, we live in a nightmare land, but it doesn't change the thing. So what he's done here, and it's really interesting, they've changed need from the way that everyone's always talked about it and Marx, which is embarrassing. And they've just basically taken the object petit off from Lacan and right over there. That's it. Or phallus from Freud. But I think they're going Lacan. I think he's going Lacan. So that's it. There's an object petit in, it goes, out we go. Let's do it. That's the whole thing. That's all he's doing. It's insane. That's it. The Kluskard is basically, I mean, and again, I haven't read a lot by him, but I've read enough to know that he's kind of this shitty. It's like, oh, I'm just going to substitute this for this thing because it's not exactly what I think it is. It's just garbage.
And in fact, one of the interesting things that Alex Tae-Kwang Lee in his book, Deleuze After Communism, which I mentioned last time, one of the things that he mentions that I think is very nice, he argues that one of the, and Deleuze actually gets into this in some of his lectures as well, one of the presuppositions of the abandonment of class theory in Deleuze and Guattari is the idea that because capitalism has resolved the problem of subsistence and needs, needs no longer serve as the ground by which we present a revolutionary demand or we think revolutionary subjectivity.
Honest to God, I'm every day, I just change a little bit more of my opinion on AI. I welcome our AI overlords because it would be better than this. This is what humanity has wrought. This is what humanity has wrought, is this content that is just wrong in ways that are horrible. If I had an AI and I gave it the PDF, you know what? I might do this. I might give it the PDFs and say, I want this argument in this thing. This AI would be better with actual references and make points. This Daniel Tutt is the reason I welcome our AI overlords, and may they fucking get here sooner. In Anti-Oedipus, lack is something that is produced as part of the productive process. It's produced. Lack is produced. Anti-production is produced. It has to do with maintenance. I've got an entire essay coming about it. I happened to spend a lot of time in a military town. It was perfect because you could see anti-production like bleeding through everyone's fucking eyes. It was amazing. But lack is deliberately organized within capitalism amid abundance. That's the point. That's the point. Scarcity is the art of the dominant class. Saying they assume abundance fails that. I don't know what this Lee book is, and I probably won't read it because if Daniel likes it, I have no interest whatsoever. If you're studying Badiou, you might know French, right? No. No, and you don't have to study, no. Marx talks about the production of the internal image that drives further production. Again, there's a lot that's really terrible here. But what he just said is explicitly denied in Anti-Oedipus. And I don't know how else to say that. This is just really embarrassing.
And Kluskard, again, is saying, wait a second, your entire premise is that the working class has been fully subsumed, fully absorbed into some kind of embourgeoisement pacification.
That is not true.
But
unbelievable. Oh, he has an interview with Lee? Oh, that's probably terrible.
In fact, as you probably remember in reading the sections for today, what does he say? He says there's in fact an inverse relationship between the schizoid revolutionary libertine and their participation in libidinal consumption, and that having a negative effect on the worker.
What the fuck are you even talking about here? This is a moralistic argument. I can't even mentally handle this. This is so fucking stupid. It's unbelievable. This is the opposite of Anti-Oedipus. What the fuck, dude? Scarcity is the art of the dominant class. Well, do you live in America? We have enough. Like, there's enough. And more, actually. But scarcity is a thing that we necessarily build into, or we build via maintenance systems, especially capitalist systems, to the point where we will just throw out untold amounts of food as people starve. Scarcity is the art of the dominant class. I can't remember where I got the phrase for that from. It's a really good phrase. But I need to figure out where I got the phrase from. Which book? I want to say it was Sébastien Blanc, his book on Marx. But it may not be in there. It's somewhere like that, something like that.
Which is a very bold and very strong claim on Kluskhart's part. Because he's saying, in fact...
It is a good turn of phrase. That's why I stole it. It's a good turn of phrase. It's a great line because people go, oh, and they immediately like connect with, oh, okay, yeah, because like we have enough. Globally, we produced, for the last 5 or 6 years, we've produced more than enough food for everybody. And not on like some subsistence weird, everyone eats gruel, but like everyone can eat pretty well. But no.
Not only is the thesis wrong, but the thesis accelerates the same class conflict that you thought it had overcome.
No, I mean, that's just stupid.
It's still going on. That class conflict is still going on.
No, I mean, again, if you haven't read the book, which Daniel clearly hasn't, you would see that they've sidestepped that almost entirely and that the conversation is necessarily elsewhere. Like that's...
And therefore, we have a great kerfuffle, a great sort of profound misunderstanding, which I think is very useful. What Kluskart gives me the most is not so much an understanding of this kind of the false way.
Don't think it's just food. Food's the easy one. The AI systems right now, AI right now is it. When we talk about the art of the dominant class, it's why I love that. I just need to, you know what? I need to figure out where it came from because I should do something with that. That's a very good concept of a piece. Maybe I have my piece on anti-production and maintenance. Okay. Right now, do you understand how much money is not in everything? For those of you who aren't connected into financial circles or haven't been part of products that are outside investors or VCs or banks or loans or anything drove, which is anything in the tech sector. I was in video games, film, music, any of those things. There's a huge amount of money that is pouring in constantly from the wealthy. This pours in from very specific places. Billionaires who have basically all of the worst qualities we hate in billionaires. They have all of the mines in Chile or some other country, or they own shipping routes. All of those things that are like that classic old money way that capitalists control things. This is the dominant class. They put their money everywhere. They love spending money, and they have for fucking 30, 40, 50, 100 years, and fucking put it everywhere. The challenge becomes that their requirement is to always be putting it in a place that they're ready for whatever's coming next, because that is part of the contraction of capitalism. Capitalism is happy to do the big thing, but contracts. So there's always this nervous anxiety, especially amongst the capitalist class, as they do their investments. Right now, hundreds of billions of dollars are disappearing into AI globally. Just disappearing into AI globally. It could be going in a lot of places. like extraordinarily silly numbers of places. We could pay for, like, again, because none of this matters. As long as it's productive, no one gives a fuck about anything at the end of the day, but billionaires have to do this. So when we talk about scarcity, they invest all their money in the thing that they need to, because it's what capital and the socius and the meaning of the world has determined, and they can't go the other direction because they can't. Jeff Bezos could not. I've made this comment. Jeff Bezos can't turn Amazon into a worker co-op. He could start, let's say he announced it, within 20 minutes, he'd be committed and other people would have ownership. Like, people don't have freedom when they're rich. I hate to break it to you. Gabe Newell's talked about it. Does he get to have more freedom than us? To a point. He doesn't have to worry about, I have a fucking cracked tooth. I have to wait for the right dentist at the right time because I don't have dental insurance. I don't have money, so I have to wait for the cheap dentist. And so I've had this fucking cracked, sharp tooth. He doesn't have that. Instead, he's got nervousness about, oh, am I going to buy a yacht or do I buy the yacht company? And he buys the yacht company. True story. True story. That seems like it's more free, but that's not how people work. We're all produced. We're all materially produced. You're not special. No one's special. No one's special in this. There's no one who's like sitting at the top. Again, that's where you end up. 3 Jews in a fucking cave going, yes, I've got all this. That's not how the world works. Everything's complicated and capital is doing a billion things. Like, all of this shit is fucked because scarcity is the thing they need to manage. How many times has Donald Trump said outright, effectively the same thing that a father says when he uses the belt on his son? This is going to hurt you more than it hurts me, but I have to do this. I can't believe you're making me do this. I can't believe I have to do austerity measures. I wouldn't have to if you were more responsible. Let my anxieties be buying a fucking yacht company. Well, sure. Do you think you're happy? Do you think, like, what's happy? What is he doing? He's mostly going blind, and he has been for the last 40 years, playing Warcraft all day, answering messages from people who like hentai video games. Do you want that life?
Of the libertine and so on. No, what he really helps me think, and what I think is the most beautiful contribution here.
Okay,
is
get to it.
The way that at the origin of a kind of uncritical form of accelerationist liberation.
There's no accelerationism in Anti-Oedipus. They make a very specific point that it's not about accelerating. It's acceleration as a thing. Acceleration is not about going faster. It's about a difference in kind. It's about the emergent qualities that capitalism has over the previous machines. And as such, we need to figure out how to work to get towards whatever the next machines are. It's not accelerationism. It's a failure.
You get a dialectical production at the end point of that movement.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Of a system which has created, unbeknownst to itself, unaware of itself, the preconditions for fascism.
Shit. Like, honestly, dude, if you talk like this, this is why I would recommend you write this out beforehand and have a teleprompter. Because if this is how you talk off the top of your head, and maybe you're watching now and you're like, oh, I didn't mean it that way. You're saying these words. You're saying these words. Anti-Oedipus is explicitly a book about fascism in this way. Why does desire invest its own repression? Fascism's the focus. To say that, that's unbelievable. Jeff Bezos plays WoW all day? No, Gabe Newell plays WoW all day. As he's going blind, sitting 2 inches from this fucking giant screen. I think he got his eyes repaired. But again, he's a big giant whale who's dying soon. So what do you care?
That's not to say that the libertine, Deleuze and Guattari...
Wait, it really is calculus. Yes. I mean, chapter 3, he says it explicitly. dx over dy. It's the whole point. Derivatives. It's like the entire thing. Yeah.
Student or militant is fascistic. It is.
This is, I can't do this. This is fucking awful. Thank you, Sirius, for giving me one of the worst things I've seen in a very long time. That's terrible. That's terrible. I'm going to go get a snack, and then I'm actually going to probably introduce a handful of more features we've got here. It was just getting good, bad. I think it just gets bad. Like, I think it just gets bad. And I don't think I want to watch the other video. The other videos, I can't. He doesn't have a grasp. He has one of the worst grasps of Deleuze I've ever seen. And that's saying something. I get sent these motherfuckers all the time, but man, Bezos has more status anxiety. But have you seen, like, I'm not one to be like, I'm going to be an asshole for a second, but let's talk about Jeff Bezos. Jeff Bezos' ex-wife, Mackenzie Scott. No. Fuck off. What are you doing? Come on. Just give me an image of Mackenzie Scott. Come on. It's Mackenzie Scott. Said Jeff Bezos' ex-wife. Now, this is Laura Sanchez Bezos. That is a very, very touched up photo of her, who is a train wreck of plastic surgery and nightmares. She is a sculpted person. So he left the other one, and apparently she left him for this. And he's now taking HGH. Yeah, he's got a lot of money. But if you're him, you're not doing anything different with it. You're not doing anything different with it. You think if you're him, to get there, do you know what it needs? This was my video on Graham Plattner. It's like no one watches my videos. My video on Graham Plattner was not about whether my favorite comments, oh yeah, the DNC is really corrupt. That's why they have these people. No, you fucking shitbags. Do you not understand? The whole point is that capitalism self-selects for its people. It is a filtering process. The kind of person who can be Jeff Bezos has to be a fucking kind of a piece of shit. That's how it works. That Gabe Newell kind of has to be a piece of shit. I'm sure he's lovely in a lot of ways, but you couldn't be that for other reasons. There's a lot. Yeah, everyone's produced. All these people are produced. She's a fucking nightmare of a human being too. Oh, Sanchez and Witzel's divorce. The media started referring to Sanchez as Bezos' girlfriend. Failed actress. Shocking. It's not like you fucking see a billion of those all over these rich people. Wasn't she married to Gavin Newsom? I don't know. They all trade ugly wives. That's what they do. That's what rich people do. They trade. What they do is they go about it like, I don't know, you ever have a magic deck of cards? Like you have your deck that you use, but it works, but there's like a few cards you can kind of swap in and out. That's what they are. These are women who to them are completely exchangeable because they're empty husks of nothing inside. And so they just trade them so they can go, oh, well, swap your lips out, swap your tits out, swap your eyes out. Okay, now you go over to him. He's going to play with you for a while because that's how these people exist. That's all these people do. They're awful. But for now, I'm going to take a moment and I'm going to, let's see, do some music while I'm gone. I'm going to go get a snack and some waters. Make sure the kids are good. Let's do we'll be back in a few minutes. We'll do a few of these. They're good. Yep. Good times, good times, good times. Good times. How's everyone doing? So let's see, how many of you stuck around through that? Oh, my numbers dropped slightly. I think Jordy went live or some shit, probably. Someone sent me a package from Barnes & Noble. I didn't order it, so let me see what I got. I hate when people send me things. They send it to me from me. I did not buy this. There's no note. And it's of a opened movie. And it's Resurrection, which I wanted to see. I haven't seen. I'm guessing it's Jack. Jack sends me lovely, lovely movies once in a while. But maybe not. I don't know. Viewers send it? I hope fucking not. I hope no one has my goddamn address. You fucking creepy people. I hope not. Yeah. Resurrection. Jackson Yi Shukui from Bygone. And I really wanted to see it. I've not seen it yet. So a Blu-ray version of it, I mean, that's the way to do it. Criterion edition, too. So good. Cool. If I did a P.O. Box thing, I've debated because I actually think I have an audience that would make it really interesting. I really do. I think I have an audience that would make a P.O. Box thing really weird. And not in like a sex toy way, although probably a few of you. But more in like, what the fuck is this? Kind of comic book, whatever. Let's talk about weird stuff I've added here. Then we'll do some AI. I'm in the process of doing a handful of changes. The biggest one is integrating the AO Anti-Oedipus website translation with this, so I don't have to have version control be the nightmare it is. I have completely fucked up my translation of this because I did commits for multiple places that overrode each other, and I can't undo it. I cried a little bit, actually. I fucking was really depressed. I'm gonna do more AI video. Yeah, video. Because there's a couple of really good AI videos I want to watch. I want to see if they're good. So that's first. Second is I've got my digital garden, which I've rebuilt, and it's an interesting setup. So what I've done is and I kind of talked about this a little bit. I use the semantic web, which if you never use semantics or semantic systems, really interesting, not AI based, but it's kind of, it's odd tech. It never really found a place. Well, the thing that it's really useful for is actually having it work with really cheap, shitty home AI. Because home AI is never going to be Claude. But if what you're doing is really pulling semantically from one to another and having it surface that and sort of force that, then I've got this. And it's really fascinating because it's basically, I can grab any concepts that have been found in AO or other things, and it finds the connections for them, which I think is fascinating. This has been fun. This is my favorite version of it, though. And this has been, you want to talk about a fun thing to work on. One of the AI systems that got like a lot of news a little bit ago, Claude. It was like a clause. It was an AI people run at home. There were a lot of versions suddenly of like, oh, you can have an AI do whatever. No interest. But I had an idea a while back of an AI that literally, again, I'm not like usefully, but instead takes everything I've ever said on this channel, all the transcripts, which by the way, there's a few hours of Brooks on here. And what it does is it uses semantic engine to reconnect itself with things randomly and then surface them to me. And it actually sends me texts 4 times a day on whether something is interesting. What are my thoughts on it? Is there a book that I like literally forces me to keep thinking about stuff. So for example, it grabbed the full chapter 2. We just have this go up. Connections that it finds across text or across things I've done, creates a really interesting conceptual mapping. So I can like desire and production. Here's all the different times it's been mentioned, how it's been mentioned, the times of it, how it's been reframed across. There's a few mentions of it, by the way, on my channel. But it basically uses semantics to pull, and I call it my herd. Is like the joke of it. But I can literally just ask a question. It's not going to work super well right now, which I'm going to explain why in a second. But I can search direct quotes where I've said a thing, how I've said it. I can toss in PDFs, notes. It's got insights, odd connections, tensions, places where I've asked it to go through and find things that I've said that are contradictory to myself. Which, just so you know, there's a few times. And it does this kind of all day. It never stops, beating the shit out of me, basically forcing me to go, oh, this was bad or this was good. Places where I make really odd notes or odd commentary, it actually finds them and it surfaces them for me. It's like, oh, hey, do you remember you said this one time, you said this other thing, Or if I ever say, boy, I wish I could remember that, it pulls those straight forward for me. I've been having a blast with this. And it's been really fun to sort of see my own writing sort of go through this. So right now I have 30,568 sources. And it's every day it's constantly eating and producing newer notes and other things around it. I find it really fascinating. The reason this is interesting is actually this thing right here, which I probably won't launch very well. At least it shouldn't. So I've taken all of that and I have it exporting into a full knowledge graph, and it's still running. It's a reason that this isn't loading, because it's I don't have a super powerful set of computers. But knowledge graphs and GraphRag, which is, if you want to know the specific nerd thing, it's GraphRag is what I'm building. It should let all of this stuff sort of be seen together, which I'm excited about. It's going to be weird. No hiccups. Ugh. So it's fun. Just weird little things. Also, I've redone the background and a few other things. For example, there we go. There's a bunch of little weird, annoying little rewards I can pop up and I can set up. We're going to do this. Actually, we'll do the full thing. We'll do the $100 reward. Boop. Oh, it's not displaying it. Why isn't it displaying it? It was working a little bit ago. Oh, it might be because it's rendering the other shit right now. That's fine. Let me see if this works the other way then. Because we want to switch it back to... Let's see. Come on. One sec. Yeah, good. Check out. Good. So there's a couple of things it does. I added sounds. I've got a couple sounds in there. Which has been fun to play with, to be frank. But we'll find out. I also got the Arizona can. It's my favorite style. The nice little things. I just wanted to spend. I spent probably too much time fucking with colors to get them just right. But I'm a fan. I'm a fan. So I'm still working on a handful of those things, but that's been the good stuff. It's not bad. A lot more things that are forcing me to go do theory and to give me commentary. The next step is going to be, I'm going to be taking the actual literal things I'm saying as well as the sound coming out of this, having it transcribed, and then constantly be figuring out related texts and surfacing them, because I want to really push myself into finding other theory, finding new books, finding new stuff, and really sort of force myself to figure out a few things. So let's see. I mean, there's so many of these.
Hello and welcome.
There is so much here I want to fucking hate. But let's go with this one.
Please join me in welcoming Professor Yuval Noah Harari.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
This is not a good video, by the way.
Hello, everyone.
I haven't spent a ton of time on it, but enough that I went, it's one of those. And it is.
Hope I opened my mic and you can hear me okay. So it's really a great honor for me to give this year's Tanayo lecture. And it's also a personal joy to come back to Oxford. I did my DPhil here 25 years ago under the guidance of Dr. Stephen Gunn. Back then, I specialized in medieval and early modern military history. But today, I will not be talking about knights and castles and the gunpowder revolution. I'll talk about AI bureaucrats and religions and boyfriends, and more generally, about the AI revolution. Now, the most important thing to know about AI is that AI is not a tool. It's not a tool in our hands. It is an agent.
And you see why I went, this is going to be a thing. Did you like that? That's a good one. It's a great start, right? See, he's an idiot. This is Oxford. He's opening up a thing that is easily debunkable by anyone who has the slightest curiosity about the world. And he doesn't.
With its own hands. What exactly is agency?
It doesn't even have hands.
How is an agent different from a tool? Agents have several distinguishing characteristics.
Oh, please.
They don't necessarily need consciousness. You don't need consciousness to be an agent.
So that's not really a distinguishing characteristic. It's kind of the opposite of that.
What you do need is the ability to make decisions by yourself.
Then it doesn't do that either.
The ability to invent new things, new
It definitely can't do that. Batting zero so far, buddy.
ideas by yourself. An agent should be able by itself to learn things that its creators don't know.
It can't do that either.
And an agent should be able to change by itself in
Can't do that either.
ways that its creators don't anticipate.
So then, arguably, Chernobyl is an agent. The meltdown site, the elephant's foot, because that changed in a way that people didn't foresee. So therefore, I'm just saying, we need to make sure a lot more nuclear disasters happen. We need to, who are you to stop them from living? That's an abortion. And life begins at the moment of meltdown.
Now, an atom bomb, for instance, despite its enormous power,
that's
is
hilarious.
not an agent. It cannot learn
But it did things that people didn't expect. So how are you going to handle that, Chuck?
and change by itself. It cannot decide by itself which city to bomb. It cannot invent anything new, like the hydrogen bomb. Similarly, let's say an automatic coffee machine is not an agent, even though it does some things by itself. Automatic.
If your definition of doing things on itself is Mr. Coffee, you're fucking stupid. Mr. Coffee has never filled itself, chosen to make coffee on its own. What a fucking moron, man.
You press a button and the machine automatically makes you a cup of coffee.
So it doesn't do anything on its own, you shithead.
But the machine, the coffee machine, only follows a pre-programmed procedure. It doesn't change. It doesn't learn anything new. It doesn't
Neither does AI.
create anything new. But suppose that as you approach the coffee machine, before you even press any button, the machine announces, tells you, I've been monitoring you for the last few weeks, and based on everything I've learned about you and other people, and based on your facial expression and the time of day, I predict that you would like an espresso. So I already made you a cup. Now that's an AI coffee machine.
This is a very stupid person. This is amazing. The trash shit that people fucking love and listen to because it's just calming and they think, oh, look, he's bald. And bald people are failures. He's got money. He must either have a big dick or a big brain.
It learned something by itself and decided something by itself. And it's really...
It didn't. Someone had to say to do those things. This is going to be too stupid, isn't it? This is going to be too stupid for me.
An AI, if the following day it announces, I have now invented a new drink called Bestpresso, which I think you would like better than espresso, and here, try it out, I made you a cup.
1, you couldn't come up with a better name than that. You have a laptop in front of you. We know you're reading a script, you shithead.
Then it's really an AI. It changed in ways that creators did not anticipate.
I can't. This is too stupid. This is a very stupid person.
And invented something completely new. As far as I know, there are no coffee machines at the present moment.
Useless bag of shit.
We live in an age...
All right, let's do something I can get angry about at least. That last one was just too dumb. That was pathetic. That's like layers and layers of pathetic bullshit right there. I don't even know how to handle that shit. That's fucking crazy.
...of anti-science. This may sound like a...
Trigger warning. This is probably really annoying. But it's a tiny channel, and someone asked me to go over it. So it's going to be fun, I think.
...bold and provocative statement to make, given how we also live in a world of unparalleled technological advancement and seeming scientific superiority. But with such incredible achievements comes oversight, pride, hubris, and the inability to see how the roots of our scientific methodologies are slowly being corrupted, slowly being adulterated by anti-science. Of course, if you don't know what is meant by the term anti-science, all of this will come across even...
Well, if you're shitting on Sabine, this might be good.
...more confusingly. So what then is anti-science? Anti-science is a term denoting an ideology which wears the guise of science, but which itself is very antithetical to science. Now, this is a concept which is related to, but distinct from, pseudoscience. Pseudoscience is a subject or pursuit that also wears the trappings of science, but which doesn't adhere to the rigor, the reproducibility, or the intellectual consistency of true scientific pursuit. So an example of pseudoscience would be something like UFO or UAP science.
I don't know if that's... Pseudoscience would be alchemy. Alchemy is pseudoscience. For example, there are UFOs. Like, fundamentally, there are UFOs. There are things that fly in the sky. We don't know what they are. They're unidentified. Like, saying aliens is suicide. It's not pseudoscience. It's, like, again, they're...
Now, all you UFO lovers in the comment sections, don't tear our heads off. We want to believe too. But the science of UFOs is very not rigorous and speculative.
The science of UFOs, what does that even mean as like a thing? Like it's... I actually don't even know what he means by it.
It relies on a lot of secondhand accounts, fuzzy pictures, dudes who used to work in the CIA claiming they have insider knowledge.
And it's not science, it's just reporting.
You can't really test it. It doesn't have very good explanatory power. You have to explain, that there's aliens out there and they're flying around in our skies, but, you never see them, but some people do. And then somehow, the world's governments are conspiring to cover it all up. So
I don't need any of those things. I can have beliefs suspended. I'm confused.
you have pseudosciences like that, and then you have pseudosciences like astrology, which is a little more rigorous and does make predictions, but...
InfoWars New Direction, Estelle. I got to tell you, I was really surprised to hear that Alex Jones actually has not only died, but he has a clone. Man, there's nothing they won't get away with.
The predictions aren't very testable, and almost anything can be interpreted away.
Have I watched Andrea Collier's video about the Genesis mission? No. I like Angela. I don't know if I want to watch.
So pseudoscience and anti-science share a lot in common, in the sense that they both try to wear the trappings of science, and they both often deal in very speculative or non-rigorous thinking. And they also...
In the video of Alex Jones popping like a balloon over and over, I must have watched it, like I rewound it. They watched it a bunch, and I went back and watched it. I think I rewound the entire section like 10 times, because it's just, boom, pop. So good. So good.
So tend to be able to interpret a lot of failed predictions away, or be so broad in their class of predictions that any and all phenomena will fall under it somehow. And both pseudoscience and anti-science will tend to ignore large swaths of evidence that counters their agenda, their belief, their ideology. And instead of looking for the explanation that accounts for the widest number of facts, they'll instead laser focus on a few specific facts and act like that's proof of their ideology, and then everything else just gets lost. But the distinction we want to...
Well, this video is boring.
Live from the Wood TV studios in Grand Rapids and your local election headquarters. This is night one of Debate Week in Michigan, Democratic Senate primary.
Good evening. I'm Rick Albin, your moderator for tonight's debate, along with Amber Crisco, who will be here with viewer questions. Candidates, welcome to you, and welcome to viewers across the state watching here on Wood TV, our sister station, WLNS in Lansing, and partners in Detroit, Marquette, Alpena, Traverse City, and Flint. This truly is Debate Week in Michigan. Here's a quick review of the rules.
So, I got a kick out of a few moments of this, and I wanted to just watch more of it, so now you just get to.
Each question goes to each candidate for a 60-second response in an order determined by a drawing earlier in this process. A 30-second rebuttal will follow after each candidate has given their initial response. The only possible change to that would be for the...
Because I like watching insane, weird people in positions. And, I mean, you'll figure out pretty quickly who I think I back. And I get a kick out of this shit.
Final question. Depending on how much time is left in the program, we may eliminate the rebuttal or adjust the length of time to answer the question. There is no opening statement. There will be a 60-second closing. It is time for our first question in Debate Week in Michigan. Again, welcome to both of you. The first question will go to you, sir. The number one issue facing people from coast to coast and right here in Michigan is no surprise. It's inflation, it's affordability, everything costs too much. You can't fix it all. But if you're elected to the U.S. Senate, tell me one proactive thing you would do to make Michiganders' lives more affordable. 60 seconds, sir.
I've been up and down my state, 110 different cities, 450 public events, no matter.
So, I like Abdul here. Let's just be very clear. You can judge a book by its cover very quickly when I say that in this Michigan debate, one of them is named Syed and Abdul, and you can guess what they're going to really harp on.
Where I go, people say the same thing. I just can't afford to live here anymore. I'm so worried about the price of groceries. I can't afford my gas. It's $5. I'm worried about getting sick because I can't afford my deductible. There's a number of things we need to do. Number one, we need to tackle healthcare by guaranteeing everybody healthcare without a deductible, a premium, or a copay through Medicare for All. Number two, we need to stand up to the monopolies and oligopolies that are picking our pockets. Number three, we need to stand up to increase wages. And that means standing with unions like the UAW and the nurses who've endorsed us. It means making sure that we are standing with Michiganders in their moments of crisis by making...
Can you hear her breathing? That's how I knew this was going to be great. I saw highlights of this. I went to watch the beginning, I watched the next minute. There are highlights of this that are amazing. Can you hear her breathing?
Schools somewhere that our kids can go by addressing the potholes that cause punctured tires every time you try to drive anywhere. But all of this has to happen by way of getting the corruption out of our politics. So long as corporations are buying politicians, we can't actually enact these solutions because they're getting the policies that they signed up for when they pay.
Lefty, are you a gander?
For their politicians.
Congresswoman Stevens, 60 seconds, please.
Well, thank you so much, Wood TV, and to everyone across Michigan tuning in tonight. As your next United States Senator, I will run through anyone and anything to lower costs. My no tariff on groceries bill. My bill to lower your utility bill. Look, I'm the only person running for United States Senate in Michigan.
Wood TV is just the local fucking... Who cares? The local thing. She is a fucking train wreck, and I love it.
Again, who is not a millionaire. I am not trying to sell a book or a podcast. I'm the only one on this stage who doesn't have a talent agent trying to pitch me for paid speeches. And unlike my opponent, I'm not running at the first mic or camera I see. Instead, my head is down doing the work for the people of Michigan who need the work to be done. We do not need a celebrity senator. We need a workhorse. And as the most effective lawmaker for Michigan in the House of Representatives, if you want a fighter and an effective leader for our state, that's me.
Dr. El-Sayed,
we also don't need politicians bought off by corporations. In this race, you've probably seen ad after ad after ad. Not one of those ads was brought to you by the Congresswoman's campaign.
Don't watch him. Watch her.
Campaign, all of them brought to you by corporate PACs and APAC, trying to buy a politician who's going to do their bidding instead of yours. That's been the story of our politics for far too long. The question is not whether or not you're a millionaire. The question is whether or not you are bowing down to billionaires. And for too long in our politics, we've watched politicians beg for those dollars only to do that bidding when they actually get to office. That has been the story of my opponent. If you want politics is different, I'm the only one who's never taken a dime from a corporation.
Congresswoman, 30 seconds.
Well, look, transparency is oh so important. And this is why I have released my tax returns. My opponent.
She does sound like Bart Simpson. I like that. Is she tweaking? So I've looked into it just because I wanted to check and make sure she didn't have Tourette's or something. Nothing like that. So you're free to make your judgments. She's going to be making... Hey, is she not already? Did you not...
Abdul, he said that transparency is key, but yet he hasn't released his tax returns. Abdul, you talk about getting money out of politics and putting money in people's pockets, but who is putting money in yours? What are you hiding?
Moving to our next question, it'll be first to you, Congresswoman, with a 60-second response. The Trump administration had been negotiating an agreement to end the conflict in Iran, but within the last hour, we are told that the United States military has launched a series of what they call powerful strikes after commercial ships were struck in the Strait of Hormuz. The question is, what...
Did you hear Trump today notified Congress that another war with Iran is starting? Was such a joke.
Should our policy be going forward with Iran? 60 seconds.
Well, our next United States Senator has one mission and one mission only, and that is to fight for the people of Michigan and represent the people of Michigan's interests. Donald Trump selling us out to this war in Iran that no one asked for, that is raising costs for every Michigander, is totally unacceptable. But here's the deal. In terms of the goal that I have long fought for and pushed pushed for in the United States House of Representatives and what I will work for in the United States Senate. We need long-term peace. Donald Trump has failed us. The Prime Minister of Israel has failed in that regard. And he was just coming after me on this today. Look, I am unafraid, Michigan. You are my North Star, and no illegal wars, no unilateral wars at our expense.
60 seconds.
I think it's worth asking why we got into this war in the first place. There is one man who's been wanting this war fought, and that is the Prime Minister of Israel. And the reason that we've seen this war fought is because the impact of AIPAC in our politics. AIPAC has spent tens of millions of dollars in attack ads against me or ads lying about the Congresswoman's record. They clearly want one individual, and it's not me. And ask yourself why it is that we are paying $5 gas, why it is we can't seem to get out of this quagmire. It's because for too long, our foreign policy has been handed to us by the likes of the State of Israel and AIPAC, who has made sure that Democrats and Republicans are doing their bidding. I don't take that money. They are spending against me because they've called me the most dangerous candidate for the U.S.-Israel relationship, because maybe I don't want to waste our money fighting wars we don't need to spend, and instead I want that spent here to rebuild our schools here, to make sure we have functional infrastructure here in Michigan, to make sure that we have healthcare here in Michigan. And so long as our politicians continue to be bought off by AIPAC, do not be surprised when we fight wars that are in their best interest, to annex Israel, to annex Lebanon, or to do genocide in Gaza.
Congresswoman, 30 seconds.
Well, Abdul, I would say no one is afraid of you. And in fact, the GOP is spending thousands of dollars to prop up your campaign because they think they will make it easier for Mike Rogers to win if you are the nominee. I do not plan to make anything easier for Republicans or Mike Rogers. What I do is I take on tough fights for Michigan, tough races, and I win for us.
30 seconds to wrap up this question.
Well, you know, if Congresswoman Stevens makes it or Mike Rogers wins, either way, Israel will win. AIPAC is perfectly fine with either of my two opponents because they know that they will have a comfortable, reliable vote in the U.S. Senate. If you want politics to work for you, if you want politics to rebuild your schools.
No, thousands of dollars. Good Lord. AIPAC spending, Republicans spent thousands.
Or fix your infrastructure.
It's a postcard mailing campaign to 2 neighborhoods.
Or to invest in your health.
She hits the desk every time. She's great.
Care, you have an alternative choice. We're running to get money out of politics, put money in your pocket, and pass Medicare for all. There's a reason that both Chuck Schumer and Donald Trump don't want to see me on the inside of the U.S. Senate, because I'm a threat to politics as usual.
Moving on, but staying in the Middle East, despite a ceasefire, the humanitarian crisis in Gaza continues, and Israel maintains that eliminating Hamas remains essential to its security. What, if any, is the role of the United States in trying to resolve this long-standing impasse? 60 seconds, sir.
Well, I'll tell you this. For a long time, every president has said that they believe in a two-state solution. The problem, of course, is that our policy has been to subsidize the Israeli military to the tune of billions of your tax dollars every single year. And their goal is to foreclose on the possibility of a Palestinian state. I believe in international law. I believe we have to hold every country to international law, which means to me that we need to stop funding the Israeli military in unilateral blank checks. That also includes Egypt, that includes Saudi Arabia. I also believe that we cannot continue to sell weapons to a country that is doing human rights abuses, genocide, and apartheid. I also believe that we need to stop running cover for what has become a rogue state that is now trying to annex southern Lebanon. And I also believe that your money needs to be spent here, because at the end of the day, the ultimate losers are you and me, the taxpayers who paid that money to provide good infrastructure, build schools, provide health care for our own kids, not to watch it get sent to buy bombs and tanks that end up annihilating other people and their children.
Congresswoman, 60 seconds.
The goal has to be long-term peace, and this is what I have long worked for. I stood alongside families who had relatives taken hostage by Hamas, and I called for a permanent ceasefire. The difference between my opponent and myself on this issue is that I believe in a two-state solution. I can say that Israel has a right to peacefully exist alongside the people of Palestine and in Gaza. It is very clear that Mr. Netanyahu has not made us safer, has not brought us closer to peace, and he's endangered Jews here in America and around the world.
There is so much interesting happening right now. So I was very worried with Graham Plattner stepping out, but it looks like they're finding good people to replace him, which is great. Susan Collins is going to get, I'm waiting for her to get fucked. But now that we've got 2 senators who are dead, I think 2, certainly 1. There are people who, like, the next replacement, and I know it's Carolina. I don't care it's Carolinas. I don't care that it's Kentucky. When you are not the incumbent, who are they going to replace Graham with? I know right now they're doing a sister, but we have an election coming up. Like, I can't wait. Like, we actually have a chance of two senators down is a big fucking deal, man.
Is why he was just trashing me today on CNN. I am not afraid of bullies. I am not afraid to stand up, and I continue to stand up for humanitarian aid, for the U.S. to work with the countries in the region and get aid into Gaza.
30 seconds.
Look, I believe in equal rights to peace, dignity, and self-determination for Palestinians and Jewish Israelis alike.
The race for SC seat is actually closer to my expect. For most people, yeah, I've been following a lot, and I got to tell you, one of the things that's really amazing is without that incumbency of Lindsey Graham, I actually think we're going to see a significant shift. I think that's where it's like, okay, so who's the new guy? Well, the new guy, Lindsey Graham, has a legacy of, like, he worked with Biden. Like, Cory Booker put out a video, like, fucking, oh, God, he was such a nice guy. I loved him. Like, but the replacement is going to be like a white supremacist. Like, what are they going to do? And that is the kind of thing that I just cannot wait. Side quest, cold read. Abstract market theory, introduction for abstract market theory. Let's do it. The question, what is the market, can invite a mixture of incomprehension, amusement, and obscure disdain. To further propose the question as pressing urgency requires an answer tends to abstract market theory. That's going to be the next thing. We're going to be doing this read. Where is it? Abstract market theory. It's Ralph. Oh, Ralph. Interesting. The question, what is the market? Can invite a mixture of incomprehension, amusement, and an obscure disdain. To further propose that the question is pressing and urgently requires an answer tends to transform this prima facie responses into either weak and blind affirmation, outright hostility, or both. What is the market? The decentralized production of value and meaning according to the flow of capital that we are intimately involved with. More or less. The amused, critical disinterest. All right, so let's what is this book about? Let's find out. From price to market, writing a price, social inscription, states of the market temporality. All right, propositions of abstract market theory. Market is to be considered from the point of view of the market. Okay. Whatever is of the market is pertinent to the philosophy of the market. More work needs to be done there, but okay. Definition 1. Orthodox conception of the market is organized around the probabilistic modeling of the market. Sure. Proposition 1. Probability and its root possibility are incoherent concepts that rely upon incompatible logical and temporal presuppositions. Probability and its root possibility. Incoherent concepts. I would need more there. I think I'd need more there. But interesting. Values are qualitative predispositions. Orthodox conception of the market makes the market itself. This is why Marx. God damn it. I can't do it. It's rough. No interest. Pass.
But the question I think the congresswoman needs to answer is, why has she allowed $40 million of outside spending, the bulk of it coming from AIPAC, to come into this race? I don't think Benjamin Netanyahu is attacking her to actually...
Oh, good pause. Good pause. That's a great accidental pause. I'm going to take credit for that. Look at her.
Attack her. I think he's attacking her to try and steer away the stink of how staunchly she stands for their policy. So let's take that opportunity. Explain what you've given away for AIPAC support in this race.
30 seconds to wrap up.
No one owns my vote and no one owns my policies. Anyone who is contributing to my Senate campaign is doing so because of my proven record of fighting for Michigan. What I did when I served as chief of staff on the U.S. Auto Rescue, saving 200,000 Michigan jobs, and what I have done to get the CHIPS and Science Act passed and signed into law. What my opponent needs to answer is why is the GOP spending thousands of dollars to prop up his
40 million, thousands.
campaign, saying that he will make Mike Rogers the next U.S. Senator.
All right, we're going to move on. As I told you before we started, we have a lot of viewer questions. Amber Kriska is my colleague, and she will be presenting those. You'll be able to see them there. You'll be able to hear them in the studio. If for any reason they are not clear, let me know, and I will repeat them. Here is Amber with our first viewer question.
A lot of questions on this next topic, bipartisanship. This is from Mark Newman. In the spirit of bipartisanship, talk specifically about how
This is why America's fucked. Questions like this.
you will reach across the aisle. Name a particular project that you will champion that will require working with the opposing party.
Congresswoman, 60 seconds.
Well, I don't have to just talk about what I would do. I can certainly talk about what I have done in terms of passing bipartisan legislation like the CHIPS and Science.
We're jumping ahead.
In this state and in this country. And I think that means rethinking how we do tariffs. Now, Donald Trump's version of tariffs is like chemotherapy, but you give the patient all the chemo at the same time. I think there's an opportunity where you pace it out. You think critically about how you protect critical budding manufacturing industry, and that you are transparent with your trading partners about how you do this.
I know I'm reading too much into it, but there's a lot of facial tics at once.
In an effort to build long-term sustainable manufacturing jobs. I've heard a lot from Republicans saying that they want to bring manufacturing jobs back. Let's roll up our sleeves, work together to get that done.
30 seconds, Congresswoman.
Well, NAFTA was a crap deal, and it hurt a lot of Michiganders. And what is also hurting us right now are Donald Trump's reckless policies that Mike Rogers has said he wants to rubber stamp. There's a reason why the Gordie Howe Bridge isn't open, and Mike Rogers is rubber stamping that. There's a reason why a trade war is going on with Canada. Small businesses all over Michigan losing revenue as a result. I thought he was going to take on China. I've got the
Michiganders, yes, Michiganders, the stupid name for people from Michigan. Everyone's got stupid names. But Michiganders is up there with one sec. I used to know a bunch of these because they're just terrible. I used to have a list of these. Let's see if I can find that list. Michigoose and Mr. Gander. It's terrible. Howdy, Brooks. I just cooked some hot dogs over a fire. I'm glad. That's wonderful. People from Maine call themselves maniacs, which I hate. I hate a lot. But Michigander has the other, which is the people from the peninsula. Or I think they call themselves still Youper. I had a friend from Arizona once call themselves a Zoni, and I wanted to punch him in the face. Mainers, they don't like me. Like I've heard the other, but Maniac is one I've heard, and I fucking wanted to punch him in the face. Like, there's a lot of really dumb ones. It's like, it's people from Indiana calling themselves Hoosiers for some fucking reason.
bill to do that and to lessen our dependence and grow manufacturing jobs. I've done it once before, and I'll do it again as Michigan's next senator.
30 seconds.
And the reason that the big corporations always get their way when it comes to free trade is because they buy off politicians to do their bidding. Everybody knew USMCA was not going to solve the problem. Everybody knew it. And yet, they bought the votes to get their way. And now you can buy a cheap TV, but you can't find a manufacturing job that can actually feed your family.
What I loved about Maine today, it was Sam Cedars said it. I couldn't believe he said it. I think because he's tired. He was traveling. But he basically said my comment where it's like, they were talking about Graham Plantner stepping down because of the allegations. And he said something along the lines of, I don't know. If you haven't been to Michigan, you might not know, but they probably vote for him anyway. Because Maine sucks.
Family. That is the devastation of corporate bought politics. As the only candidate who's never taken a dime from a corporation, you know I'm going to stand up for you. It's the reason. Again, the UAW, nurses, AFT have all supported us because when it comes to the choice between working people and corporations, I will pick people every time.
Yeah, and it's the only reason you haven't released your tax returns. All right. And 15
tax returns aren't going to be it, my friend.
Labor unions are endorsing me. Thank you. I yield, Rick. Yes.
Amber has another. Sure, go
Can
ahead.
I respond?
Quickly, very quickly.
Yeah, I took the same extension that the Congresswoman took every
I'm
single
talking
year
about
she
your
was in
tax returns,
Congress.
Abdul. You
Every
haven't
single year.
released your tax
All right,
returns.
we're
You
gonna
don't
move-
need an
I
extension
think
to do
there's
that.
a- there's a
Who's
process
putting
there.
money in your pocketbook?
We're going to move forward with another viewer question. Amber is here with another viewer who wants to know where the two of you stand.
Is the Democratic Party shifting? Joe Beelan has our next question. He says, many of my friends who are Democrats are very concerned with the way the party has shifted so far left that the party no longer accurately represents their views. Will you
Oh no, it's representing the views of the people who vote for them. Oh no, Joe.
continue on the current party path, or will you pursue your own path of leadership?
60 seconds for you.
I'll pursue my own path of leadership, educated by
That's
the
the
countless days that I spent talking to Michiganders across 110
Hey, if I win an election, it means that people voted for me. Eat shit.
cities, 450 public events.
What do people from Oregon call themselves? Oregonians. I'm a Washingtonian, I guess. Massachusetts people who I've known, call them massholes.
Now, here's the thing about it. There
Oregooner? No.
is no left or right. Most people out there aren't asking, where do I fit on the left-right spectrum? They're asking, can I afford my groceries when I go grocery shopping? What's going to happen if I get sick or my kid gets sick? Why does my kid's school look the same way it did 30 years ago?
Massholes is the thing, I know. Also, if you know people from Boston, you really know why.
When I
even outside of, you know what? A lot of people from Massachusetts are fucking dickheads.
Went there. And the answer to that question is that for too long, politicians on both sides of the aisle have taken the same corporate corrupt
We're going to jump ahead.
money.
I just
own it. Like the United Democratic Progressives, which, by the way, is a front for AIPAC. Like Center Forward, which bought airline
God,
tickets
she
for
is-
my opponent for her run.
I have 15 labor unions standing alongside me in this fight and some other proven individuals as well. So can we stop the lies and can we get the transparency out that my opponents long talked about?
I'd love to stop the lies that are being told on TV by organizations like the Center for Democratic Priorities, which, by the way, didn't exist until it started to run ads for my opponent. Like the United Democratic Progressives, which, by the way, is a front for AIPAC. Like Center Forward, which bought airline tickets for my opponent, for her mother and herself to go to Portugal. I don't know what they talked about. I don't know what they did. So if we want to talk about lies, I think it's really important for us to understand who's paying for them and what was said on the back end to allow them to be told. Because $40 million, it doesn't come for free.
So is the GOP...
I'm glad we got that all cleared up. So we're going to get back to these questions.
Thank you.
I want to talk about data centers for a minute. I'm going to give you a premise. You can agree with it. You can disagree with it. But here's my premise.
I was going to take a ride down probably Wednesday and go to the Dalles. I don't know how to pronounce it. If you guys don't know, it's a famous spot here for this. And it's a thing, it's like, I can go look at stuff. However it's fucking called. Beautiful area alongside the Columbia River, downriver basically. Really, you're apparently wonderful and amazing. And apparently massive data centers kind of everywhere, and people really fucking hate them. People really fucking hate the data centers. So I was debating on going out and actually just seeing what it looks like, seeing how it affects it, the noise and all that. It could be really interesting because it's yeah, feels like it'd be interesting.
Data centers are going to be built somewhere no matter what happens in Michigan. So the question is, are we better off to have some of those centers here, or should they be actively opposed, as they have been by many citizens in meeting after meeting across the state? And it's first to you, sir. 60 seconds.
Look, right now people are scared to death that there's going to be this gigantic data center put in their backyard so people like Mike Rogers can make gender-affirming videos about how buff they really are. I think we have to be serious about the fact that these pose real dangers. And the people who are
This is the proper use of gender affirming, by the way, for anyone in my audience. This is a thing you need to start saying. You need to start calling all of these things where they use gender affirming videos, gender affirming art, gender affirming cigar. You need to start saying that a lot.
pushing them are the richest, most powerful corporate CEOs in the history of our economy. And so we've put forward a terms of engagement. We want to make sure that if you want to put a data center anywhere, that it's going to meet the following terms: all union labor, no raising our utility rates, increasing our utility reliability, not touching our water, and then there has to be a community benefits agreement that's negotiated in good faith with all the money put up in escrow, and this has to be fully enforceable, including shutting down the data center. That has to be passed at the federal level. Now, here's the thing. Big AI has huge super PACs that guess who they're funding, not me, the other person on this stage. And so the question for us is, are we willing to actually do what it takes to protect people from these risks, or are we going to let them roll us?
Look, again, AIPAC has taken so many on the fucking chin. The New York losses are huge. I think he's a shoo-in at this point, as I understand it. Like, we're seeing a change, and a lot of people are scared.
Just like corporations continue to roll our politicians over and over again.
Congresswoman, 60 seconds.
Yeah, well, look, the citizens need to be heard on innovation and data centers. And it is up to federal lawmakers to secure the tax code so that these gajillionaire enterprises are paying their fair share. It is unacceptable that rates would go up as a result. I want to force these data centers to pay the utility bills and to pay water bills for folks. And look, I also want to secure Michigan being on the forefront of innovation and manufacturing. I visited hundreds of manufacturing shop floors. They are using this technology. We want the jobs. We just can't afford to force the workers to pay for it.
There's no jobs in data centers.
And look, yet again, my opponent takes jabs, except for he won't denounce the GOP when they are funding his operation and his candidacy, and now bragging about the false polls that they're putting out that he's going to be the best one to beat Mike Rogers. That's me.
30 seconds.
I'm sure everybody out there thinks that Republicans really want me to win this race. Sure. The real question is, how much money has the AI industry spent in this race? And why are they spending it? And whose vote are they buying? And what does that mean for you? If you want a future where AI is fully unregulated?
Just when you're out and you're doing, like, I get that people get nervous. Like, I'm on, but doing that, not a great look.
Where we lose, 50% of our jobs, where a data center sits in your backyard, you have a choice. If you want someone who's going to stand up for the people against the corporations, you also have a choice. Notice, none of the answers actually speak to any of the points I'm making about the money that is being spent in these races to corrupt our politics.
30
because
seconds.
I have receipts, and the people who are watching this need to evaluate who is running for U.S. Senate, the chief lawmaking role in this country that has the record, that is not a show horse, that is not, I am not someone trying to go viral and shouting into a bullhorn about problems. I am delivering. That is not something my opponent can say. He's great at attacking, and he's great at covering up that his father-in-law is running his super PAC that's spending millions of dollars for him.
All right. Going to move on to a question that you have both addressed, because these go together. Mm-hmm. And this one will go first to you, Congresswoman. We hear a lot about AI, artificial intelligence, hear about it every day. I doubt that most of us have a really good grasp of exactly what it is, what role it's going to play in our lives going forward, what role the government has in putting guardrails on technology that few fully understand, that could be a positive game changer that is evolving all of the time and is displacing workers already. We know that that's happening. So should the government jump in the business of regulating AI? 60 seconds.
Yeah, and look, Abdul is lying. Again, he has a super PAC that is run by his father-in-law that has spent millions of dollars on his behalf, and the GOP is also spending money. It's good to know that his father-in-law isn't involved with AI. Here is the deal. I passed my first AI bill into law in 2018. 2020, all right, in my first term in Congress. I have supported resources to invest and protect in the privacy for consumers and to stand up for the little guy, particularly small businesses who need equitable investment, Black-owned businesses like ones I visit on the regular, who oftentimes are getting the short end of the stick, and they certainly are from Donald Trump.
No one cares, Voxy. Voxy, you're 100%. Like, this was, so as I understand it, this performance is something that has gone viral in a bunch of different ways. You know what? Actually, we'll just jump to the one that, because I don't know exactly where it is, but we'll do, we'll go, and then I might tap out after that. But I was laughing so fucking hard. Yeah, we'll add this. There's a couple videos about this that have been genuinely made my day. But yeah, here it is. Holy shit. This was, I couldn't get the right moment. Doesn't matter.
This is Abdullah Sayed on AIPAC attacking him, tying, I think, very expertly Stevens to the Republican that the Democratic primary winner in this race will be facing off against.
No unilateral wars at our expense.
60 seconds.
I think it's worth
Can you pause it? I mean, that was the end of her initial answer. What?
Right. It's just, I think I made a mistake in this labeling. This video, this clip is from her being asked if the Democratic Party has shifted.
Gotcha. Okay. Right. So,
well, we're on 11 now, Brian. Emma wanted to do 11 first about AIPAC.
Yeah,
right, but that clip we just played is, I think I mislabeled.
No, I think that's just the end of her answer. Don't worry.
Yeah.
I think you're right. I think it's fine. Yeah, don't worry about it.
I think they both start with 60 seconds.
Yes.
Is probably what's screwing me up.
Yes, yeah.
And also, I'm a little distracted. If you already have your mind made up on who you're voting for and you don't need the content, take a look at her facial twitches.
Yeah.
Because they are insane.
It is quite a wild ride if you're just paying attention to that. But I love that was the end of her answer there. No unilateral wars. Oh my God.
But, with another condition, at our expense.
At our expense. It's like, how could you make it more clear that you would do whatever Israel
I wonder
says?
what country we're talking about here. What other country can do a unilateral war at our expense?
I mean, that's a worse framing than Chuck Schumer, who goes no forever wars.
So I have backed it up because I want to get a little bit more on that before we get into
Okay, all right. And then we'll get to Abdul's response.
If this were the 90s, Chris Farley would be playing her.
Someone said it's true.
Unacceptable. But here's the deal. In terms of the goal that I have long fought for and pushed for in the United States House of Representatives and what I will work for in the United States Senate, we need long-term peace. Donald Trump has failed us. The Prime Minister of Israel has failed in that regard. And he was just coming after me on this today. Look, I am unafraid, Michigan. You are my North Star, and no illegal wars, no unilateral wars at our expense.
Okay, we're taking a detour because now we need to bring up that Netanyahu clip that she just referenced. Right. We're gonna get into it. I don't think I'm a conspiracy theorist here, but like, this looks like she's being set up to look like she's tough on Netanyahu when she's absolutely not.
Yeah, 100%. That's what this is.
I mean, like, because...
Don't worry, Pashy. Enjoy the journey.
This is it's like AIPAC is telling Netanyahu to do this. This is what he said on CNN with Dana Bash.
Do a little bit of kayfabe.
Right, exactly. I mean, this is clearly what's happening.
100%. Yeah, here it is.
American Jews in Congress who support Israel and support what you just said say that a lot of the actions by you and your government are making Jews in the United States unsafe. Congresswoman Haley Stevens, she's running for Senate in Michigan, said Benjamin Netanyahu has made us less safe. He has frankly put Jews in an uncomfortable position across.
Now, when Haley Stevens says us, she herself is not Jewish.
No. She's just a part of the coalition of people that sees Israel in her dreams.
But from this us for the Packers.
But again, like the way this is all framed,
Israel and support what you just said, say that A lot of the actions by you and your government are making Jews in the United States unsafe. Congresswoman Haley Stevens, she's running for Senate in Michigan, said Benjamin Netanyahu has made us less safe. He has frankly put Jews in an uncomfortable position across the country. Have you?
Well, it's made her uncomfortable because she can't stand up for the truth. She's trying to probably excuse anti-Semitism.
She's not. I just want to explain. She's somebody who supports Israel. She supports funding Israel, which is diminishing big time among Democrats and even some Republicans in the United States Congress. American Jews in Congress who.
Interesting. At the very least, I mean, Dan, response to this question.
I think it's worth asking why we got into this war in the first place. There is one man who's been wanting this war fought, and that is the Prime Minister of Israel. And the reason that we've seen this war fought is because the impact of AIPAC in our politics. AIPAC has spent tens of millions of dollars in attack ads against me or ads lying about the Congresswoman's record. They clearly want one individual, and it's not me. And ask yourself why it is that we are paying $5 gas, why it is we can't seem to get out of this quagmire. It's because for too long, our foreign policy has been handed to us by the likes of the State of Israel and AIPAC, who has made sure that Democrats and Republicans are doing their bidding. I don't take that money. They are spending against me because they've called me the most dangerous candidate for the U.S.-Israel relationship, because maybe I don't want to waste our money fighting wars we don't need to spend. And instead, I want that spent here to rebuild our schools here, to make sure we have functional infrastructure here in Michigan, to make sure that we have healthcare here in Michigan. And so long as our politicians continue to be bought off by AIPAC, do not be surprised when we fight wars that are in their best interest, to annex Israel, to annex Lebanon, or to do genocide in Gaza.
Congresswoman, 30 seconds.
Well, Abdul, I would say no one is afraid of you. And in fact, the GOP is spending thousands of dollars to prop up your campaign because they think they will make it easier for Mike Rogers to win if you
$1,000
you're on tough fights for Michigan, tough races, and I win for us.
30 seconds to wrap up this question.
Well, if Congresswoman Stevens makes it or Mike Rogers wins, either way, Israel will win.
Answer the question, essentially.
There are many who want to make this run for U.S. Senate about Washington, D.C. insider deals and what's going on with our party leadership. Friends, this is about the future of Michigan. Who is going to be the workhorse? Look, I've got the receipts. I have passed big pieces.
No, it's not fighter, it's workhorse. Like, it's just to go.
From Donald Trump. If you want to stop Trump, I'm your gal.
The question was about the direction of the party. Is it shifting?
I'll tell you this. It won't shift if we continue to elect leaders who take money from the same corporations who have broken with the interests of the American public. Chuck Schumer desperately wants one of us to be the next senator, and it's not me. So if you want your politics dictated you by AIPAC or Chuck Schumer, then I'm not.
If you can't tell, you hammered it the entire time. It was brutal.
Not your guy. I think we need to go back to the idea of government of the people, by the people, and for the people. $40 million of spending in this race. $40 million. I want you to think about what that means. That's money that buys something on the back end. So if you elect the person who took that money, don't be surprised when they betray you.
Except for, again, I have the receipts as the most effective lawmaker for Michigan. I'm not trying to go viral or get a good tweet out.
Be popular.
If you check the facts,
Being
the
remotely
claims
likable.
my opponent has made about eradicating medical debt are untrue. If that's all you got to run on, Abdul, well, then good for you.
I don't think he mentioned this. To vote for
Sarah constantly Democratic voters. Abdul Al-Sayed's website, they made a website, HaleyFacts.com, and you should go to it because it's the infamous video of her screaming about how Israel comes to her in her dreams. Once again, Haley Stevens is not a Jewish woman, but this was in the wake of October 7th, around the holiday season. She gave a speech in front of a Christmas tree as if she was some sort of like pastor as well in her intonation. Yeah. It's a psychotic video, and I'm very grateful that the Abdul Al-Sayed campaign is aware of this, so much so that they made a website that looks and sounds like this. It's genius. So the video just plays on a loop in the background, and Brian, click that big button.
And in the United States Congress, I will continue to people of Israel. I will continue to fight for Israel's existence.
That's not how you hold a mic.
Israel comes to me in my dreams. I see Israel's future.
That's wait, don't pause. You can pause it, but go to make it stop. That's the donate button.
Come on. It was a journey, but that was great. That's how you fuck with someone. That's good stuff.
And in the United States Congress, I will continue to fight for the people of Israel. I will continue to fight for Israel's existence. Israel comes to me in my dreams. I see Israel's future. And in the United States Congress, I will continue to fight for the people of Israel.
This is good shit.
I will continue to fight for Israel's existence. Israel comes to me in my dreams. I see Israel's future.
It's slowly crashing my browser to go more Haley.
I will continue to fight for the people of Israel. I will
Brilliant.
continue to fight for Israel's existence. Israel comes.
That's why it's awesome. Oh, hang on. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. Venezuela earthquake's too much for me. Tomorrow, we will be back to Anti-Oedipus at our normal scheduled time. I cannot wait. Cannot wait. Looking much forward to it. Thank all of you for joining. There's a link right next to me. You can jump over there if you want to toss a few bucks my way. That's great. QR code, all that fun shit. You're able to also go to patreon.com/DGQC. Super chats are also welcome, as are memberships. Please subscribe. Please like. And of course, as always, join us live for all the stuff. Discord.com. Discord.gg/DGQC. It's going to be good. It's going to be good. For now, I'm going to send you off to someone who's pretty fantastic. And I'll see you all soon enough.